This is part 2 of the ICP, the Communist Party and the Tradition of the Left. It doesn't have any sort of title, but I have termed this under the general definition of the party, right? This is all about the party itself. All right, let's get into it. The Communist Party must have a specific form and structure to effectively carry out its aims. The party should be centralized with differentiated organs and a central organ capable of coordinating, directing, and issuing orders to all other organs. Communication networks should connect the center to periphery and vice versa. Individual members must have an absolute discipline to the central organ, and sections of the local groups cannot be autonomous. Any communication networks that do not align with the center must be rejected. However, the party centralization differs from other centralized organizations. It should not be based on coercion or specific disciplinary mechanisms, but on the identity of interests, solidarity, and the aim of differentiating itself from external groups and conditions. While irreconcilable conflicts of interest necessitate coercive structures to maintain centralization, like the state, the party achieves centralization naturally, spontaneously, and organically. Organization is the aim, and that does not necessarily require statutory codification, disciplinary regulation, distinction between base and center, or division of labor. What is required is that members in the hierarchy are committed to the program, doctrine, and tactical norms of the whole party. The party is best understood as a living organism with its own physiology, dynamics of development and activity, potential diseases, and an environment which it functions in, class struggle. It has specific organs and structures necessary for its development, and centralization must support its positive aspects while guarding against potential diseases from external sources. To guide its development, the party draws upon the concept of the quote-unquote historical party, a phantasmal ideal based on theory, principles, and final goals, and historical experience. The quote formal party, the actual organization existing at any given time, should use the historical party as its model and inspiration. All members should be familiar with the historical party and strive to align the formal party with its ideals. I think that this is a nice thought, but it's fundamentally, idealist in form. How is this not a model organization like they're complaining about? How is this not? I don't understand. This is more their weird Italian shit. Never do such and such. Actually, you should do such and such. Come on, guys. What is this? The party seeks to operate in absolute harmony with communist principles, traditions, and aims, and avoid any dictation by individuals who may diverge with those particular circumstances. Leaders and hierarchies exist to ensure centralized, efficient, and disciplined action, but their decisions must be based on historical understanding, not personal whims. Party policy itself is determined by the International Center, which issues orders as the central node by translating the party program, aims, and principles and theory into material action to be carried out, studying, researching, and interpreting social events, and actively intervening in those events in order to become an active agent in historical development. Any decisions must be in line with the historical line. Action precedes understanding and consciousness. People join the party through action, which then cultivates class consciousness. The party itself embodies class consciousness through its members' actions, internal and external dynamics, and the implementation of its doctrine, program, and tactics. Before, they claimed that the proletariat does not exist outside the party, but here they do admit that the proletariat exists in a cold, statistical character, quote unquote. This is more of this backtracking stuff. The party allows the proletariat as a class to transcend this, develop real class consciousness, and become an active force. New members do not need pre-existing class consciousness to join. Instead, they learn through simultaneous engagement with theory and action within the party's collective work. This includes defending and, quote, sculpting theory, participating in mass struggles, and organizational tasks. The party provides continuous theoretical preparation and analyzes external conditions using its doctrine and carries out practical organizational work to engage in direct proletarian action alongside the proletariat. Rather than predetermining a member's discipline and knowledge, the party assesses these through their work. Aspiring militants need courage, selflessness, heroism, and a willingness to fight, developed through collective action rather than just knowledge. They should strive to understand and embody socialist character and sensibility, learning more from action than from rigid study. The party itself seeks to create the conditions whereby such militants will be produced and emboldened. Those unwilling are either sympathizers with the communist cause or prospects, but are not militants. Militants themselves do not necessarily need to have any knowledge of Marxism, but instead, at the core, they must have the instinctual drive to action brought about not necessarily by knowing, but by feeling from a historical understanding of past society and future society with fraternal harmony. The latter gained through experience within the prefigurative Communist Party. In terms of professional revolutionaries, what this means specifically is that their profession is revolution, not that they are on the payroll of the party. Rather, they carry out revolutionary activity as their role in the technical hierarchy. Side note, is in fact necessary to be on the payroll to be a professional revolutionary. Else, the only people capable of being a full-time professional revolutionary are those who do not need an income. So that would exclude the vast majority of, no, that would exclude the proletariat. This can be sidestepped if the party itself, prefiguration of communist society, has also established a commune which can support all activities. Individuals are not solely responsible for successes or failures. These reflect the party's overall functioning. Instead of shuffling individuals to fix problems, the party should focus on developing sound work methods and traditions. Positions should be designed to be quote-unquote foolproof, and individuals should be assigned based on their demonstrated abilities within the collective framework. Orders from the center should aim to increase discipline and unity, and the rank and file should reject any that do not align with this principle. This creates a dialectical relationship between the base and center grounded in the movement's traditions, preparedness, and continuity in thought and action. Leaders act as conduits for collective thinking and action, clarifying the party's collective experience rather than imposing their own ideas. In the text, it claims that that inspiration does not exist, seeking to avoid making a claim towards the existence of divine inspiration or light. This is my understanding of why they do this. But they then express that particularly developed individuals, leaders, can express things that look like inspiration or intuition at a given moment. This is so they can claim that they're not actually developing new tactics, principles, etc., instead claiming it's simply clarification of the program and history, even when the not new, quote-unquote, ideas are not intuited or inspired. So yeah, this is more of their attempting to maintain the claim to invariance under these circumstances, and therefore, well, actually, it's not even that, right? It's not even that, because I was fine with their claim of invariance. I think I pretty well agree with that. That, you know, once the tactic is established to work, you'd have to undergo some pretty serious work to prove that it doesn't. But then they come in here and they make the claim, no new tactics. No new tactics. Instead, only clarification of existing tactics. I don't know how they do this, but they decide, let's just make a line cutoff. There's no new tactics to be said here. At this point, we've got all the tactics we need. I don't know how or why they came to this conclusion, but they did. And then they included that in their invariants because that's what they do, and now they can't get rid of it. So when a leader comes in and has new stuff that is, in fact, innovative, right? They cannot ever actually say what it is, that it's a new tactic. Instead, they have to just be like, oh, it's actually just a clarification. All tactics have to be grounded in previous tactics. Okay. The party should strive to develop a structure that doesn't rely on individual genius, fostering leadership at all levels, and it must be capable of removing anyone from a position regardless of past contributions and adapting to function effectively even without specific individuals. This is the robustness of the organization. It should allow the proletariat to transcend individual limitations and develop genuine class consciousness as an active force. According to the text, leaders are removed from the party by natural selection, a concept which is absurd given a few seconds of thought. And the hierarchy of technical functions and organs developed to carry out struggle are not predicted in advance, but rather, quote, grow and are reinforced by the dynamics of the class struggle in general and by its own intervention within the technical functions in particular, which is a terrible way of going about organizational structure because evolution is blind, dumb, and easily finds itself at a dead end, sometimes literally at that. They claim that expulsion from its positions when sections are not properly carrying out action are the process of natural selection, likening it to a cell being destroyed because it is no longer functioning properly. But the text itself presents this as a spontaneous process. It is not. It's a profoundly mechanistic one wherein the organs are analyzed and terminated through coercive force if they do not do so automatically, instilled within the cell itself. Yeah, you know, if the cell doesn't, it's literally cancer. The cell has a death date, and if it doesn't, then white blood cells and whatnot are supposed to come in and freaking eat and kill it, right? Um, to say nothing of the fact that the cell has to be recycled after it reaches apoptosis, regardless. So, in terms of the party organization, under this form, it would mean that each organizational section would need some sort of audit system to tell how well it's carrying out operations, and some processes decide when to terminate, and then to be able to carry out the liquidation of what has been deemed a non-productive unit. This requires pre-planning, organizational attaches, which seem to be inefficient and useless when non-use, but absolutely important when they are. This entire conception of natural selection applied to human organizational membership, functions, and structure is absolutely self-destructive and stupid. Don't do this. You're able to make concrete claims about how an organization should function, what kind of forms it needs, what kind of action it needs to take, and therefore, the organizational form and all sorts of stuff. Use that prediction, use that ability to use your freaking brain to just do it. Don't rely on natural selection or anything along those lines. What is it? Anyway, changes in tactics signify changes in the program. The party forecasts potential tactics for given conditions, with the center highlighting those to be implemented based on current circumstances and providing a short list. The rank and file carry out these tactics, drawing upon their training and understanding of the party's principles, or if it is unable to employ the tactics laid out, it carries out previously successful tactics that worked in related conditions. Essentially, one, the party has a list of potential tactics they'll carry out in given conditions which everyone is familiar with. Two, the center analyzes current conditions and highlights the tactics to be put into action to carry out the strategy by anticipating the movement of circumstances. Three, as conditions require, the center looks into the program and clarifies for new tactics. They don't want to say it to carry out when the current ones don't work. And again, if you're a local organization and you can't carry out whatever it is they're asking, then you just keep on doing what you're doing with the intent to grow, right? And then eventually be able to carry out these tactics. The party draws upon worldwide historical experience, past, present, and future, to develop a program that anticipates and shapes the future. Organization is the primary aim, achieved not through rigid rules, but through organic hierarchy, shared commitment to the party's principles, and the practical application of tactical norms in daily life. This hierarchy trends towards the elimination of coercion and operates within the limits of technical rationality, wherein there is a natural division of labor resultant of everyone in the party moving between forms of party work to learn through doing. Eventually, everyone knows who is good in one place compared to another, and assignments develop. The party must be capable of revolutionary violence as a means to an end, but its organizational dynamics should always reflect its ultimate goals. It should prefigure communist society by rejecting conflicts of interests, coercive hierarchies, mercantile relations, embracing common voluntary commitment based on trust and solidarity. By transcending bourgeois individual and factionalism, the party fosters rational problem solving, spontaneous discipline, and a focus on collective action. It constantly struggles against internal tendencies aiming for formal, mechanical, democratic, and bureaucratic hierarchies and divisions of labor to be suppressed. Fundamentally, individuals should lose their importance as the anonymous, impersonal collective takes a fore with spontaneous discipline. It carries out a negative transcendence through the prefiguration of common society of internal struggles, coercion, bureaucracy, formalism, careerism, cults of personality, etc. To maintain this negative transcendence, in the same way that an atheist negatively transcends belief in God within religious society, the party must engage in constant party struggle or coercion and continuous work to fight against these trends. They don't say that, but that is in fact the case, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, the party, in order to prefigure common society, necessarily needs to go against the grain, and that's work. That's constant, coercive work within the party. Well, however you might put that. Anyway, next up. This is the Communist Party and the Tradition of the Left, Part 3. This is going to involve, by the International Communist Party, this is going to involve the model organization, guarantees, current infractions, the right place for ideological terror and organizational pressure, and political struggle within the party. Let's get started immediately, as soon as I get back to where we were. Is the third or fourth section in the series. So, introduction. That the Communist Party is not an army nor state machine is a point emphasized continually in our writings. It appears both in the theses we drew up to combat the organizational voluntarism, which took hold of, and then wrecked, the Third International from 1923 onwards, and in the theses drawing on that tragic experience which underpinned the life of the party following its reconstitution after the Second World War. On the contrary, the party is a, quote, voluntary organization, not in the sense that members make a free, rational choice to join, a notion which we reject, but rather in the sense that any militant is materially free to leave whenever they want, and even after the revolution we do not envisage enforcing compulsory membership. Members of the organization are required to observe iron discipline in the execution from orders from above, but transgressions of this rule can only be eliminated by the center expelling the transgressors. The center has no other material sanction by which it can enforce obedience. Basically, they don't want to do criticism or self-criticism or anything along those lines. They just say, if you don't do what we say, you're out of the party, which is a rather fascinating way of organizing. I'm pretty sure that's not going to work out too well. And one of the things that's supposed to be the case is that, you know, the militants are able to reject orders that they have determined do not fit with the historical invariance of the program. So I can automatically see a breakdown right here, right now. Okay, continuing. Using this basic definition as our point of departure, we can identify the elements most likely to guarantee the greatest degree of party discipline. A simple observation which already precludes the achievement of discipline in the party by means of a set of bureaucratic commands or through use of coercive measures. What does a party militant make a commitment to? He makes a commitment to a combination of doctrine, program, and tactics. He makes a commitment to an active fighting front that he instinctively believes everyone else who has joined the party has made. What is it that can keep the militant on the battlefield and make him abide by the orders filtering down to him? It certainly isn't being compelled to carry out orders, but rather the recognition that these orders arise from the same shared common ground and are consistent with the principles, the final goals, the program, and with the plan of action which he signed up to. Let's see. Did I want to... Okay. We'll take this. Yeah, the party center doesn't have any way of displaying rank and file. It can only kick out anyone who doesn't follow orders, and it also kicks out anybody who doesn't agree with the invariant program. So you've heard me bitch and complain about tons of stuff in this for a variety of reasons. From oh, the party is a mystical thing that we need a myth. This, by the way, is a fascist conception. This is straight out of what's his name? 1 second. Yeah, and it's easy to laugh. 1959 may still need a mysticism, or if you wish, a myth. This is straight out of uh, yeah, it's straight out of this guy, Thoreau. You know, it's literally just directly out of him, and it's a thing that one would think would be rejected, but apparently not. Anyway, the other thing is that but basically I would be kicked out because I don't agree with what they have to say, and that's their organic centralism right there. You know, if you don't like it, then you can just go, just leave. um, Absolutely winning strategy. Continuing. Thus, it is to the extent that the party organ bases its activity on these historical foundations and has the capacity to make them its own, thoroughly integrating them into the organization and shaping its entire activity, that the real conditions arise such as to allow for a really solid and discipline. Inasmuch as the latter takes place, breaches of discipline not ascribable to individual issues occur less and less, and the party acquires the capacity to act in an unequivocal way. The effort to create an organization that is truly centralized and capable of responding at all times to unitary instructions, therefore, essentially involves a continual work of clarification and refinement of the theoretical, programmatic, and tactical cornerstones, and a continual aligning of the party's actions and methods of struggle onto these cornerstones. Okay, let's take this, but real quick. So, what's prioritized in the party are the clarifications and definitions of the basic tenets on which the organization's very existence depends. And in order to finally put a stop to centralism being stupidly equated with bureaucratism, we will refer back to some citations from the theses of the Third World Congress, which are 1964 notes on the theses of organization were revisited and subjected to a detailed commentary. We'll get this entire section. Okay. All right, so all party militants make a commitment not to a leader, but to doctrine, program, and tactics. Because all party militants share the same common goal and methods through the above, they remain disciplined and aligned with the center which elaborates and clarifies these. Party integrates doctrine, program, and tactics into its organizational structure. This shapes its activities to allow for the real discipline without coercion. And it doesn't say organizational structure, but that's what it says. Again, they can't say it because it would lose its invariance or whatever. No, it would lose its historical doctrine, which the organizational structure cannot at any times be talked about, except to say that there can be no organizational structure. But yeah, they're saying that the organizational structure is influenced by the doctrine, program, tactics, and in turn, these things determine what action the party can take through that organizational structure, and then the action that the party takes in turn influences the doctrine, program, and tactics. They would probably reject the conception that the party activity influences the program. In reality, it's absolutely the case. Breaches of discipline are not blamed on individuals, but instead discipline is increased as the party increases its ability to act in a centralized way. There must be a continual work of clarification and refinement of theoretical, programmatic, and tactical cornerstone, which the party depends on for existence in particular. In particular, those which the party depends on for its existence. Yeah, so this is what they would call elaboration, clarification, rather than innovation and inspiration, as people make realizations about the development of the struggle from looking at the external conditions and the internal historical developments and so on and so forth. But again, they can't say that because that would go against what they have previously said. Continuing, the party's organizational structure and activity needs to be able to develop with these. Okay. So then here's some quotations to justify these positions. So notes on the theses of the organizational question, 1964. We did not read this. The following passages already show how dangerous a false interpretation of the formulas democratic centralism and proletarian democracy can be. For example, the centralization of the Communist Party, quote, does not mean formal mechanical centralization, but the centralization of communist activity. That is, the creation of a leadership that is strong and effective and at the same time flexible. Formal or mechanical centralization would mean the centralization of power in the hands of the party bureaucracy, allowing it to dominate the other members of the party or the revolutionary proletarian masses which don't belong to the party. See right there, they immediately say that any sort of formal or mechanical centralization is essentially synonymous with bureaucracy. The thesis proves that our way of centralism has been portrayed by our adversaries is entirely false. The division between the, quote, bureaucracy and the, quote, people, that is, between the active functionaries and the passive masses, a dualism that also exists in the organization of the bourgeois state, is then deplored as a defect of the old workers' movement. Unfortunately, these tendencies to formalism and dualism, which the Communist Party must totally eradicate, were somehow passed on to the workers' movement from the bourgeois environment. The ensuing passage, which highlights the two conflicting dangers, the two conflicting extremes of anarchism and bureaucratism. These are not conflicting extremes. No matter what. Have you ever seen an anarchist rally? An anarchist organization? uh, these things are profoundly bureaucratic. It's just, it's not like formalized bureaucracy. It's not structured bureaucracy. It is bureaucracy. But, they just pretend it isn't because they have given different names to it. Continuing. Clarified to what extent communists were prepared to seek salvation in the democratic mechanism. Quote, purely formal democracy within the party cannot get rid of either bureaucratic or anarchist tendencies, because it is precisely on the basis of such democracy that anarchy and bureaucratism have been able to develop within the workers' movement. For this reason, all attempts to achieve the centralization of the organization and a strong leadership will be unsuccessful so long as we practice formal democracy. This is a quotation within this quotation. What's this quotation from? I really wish. Well, hold on. Maybe this has it. Okay. That quote certainly doesn't seem it. Let's try this. This should be number 7. Aha, here we go. Oh. No, it does not say where the... What's the quote from? Where's the quote from? What is this? Why are you bothering to quote something if you're not even going to say where it's from? What if I just go straight out? I don't understand. Why does this keep doing this? None of these quotes are actually they only actually recognize their own quotes, and even then sometimes they don't even cite them. But they never explain where they're getting their own quotes from either. Uh, I don't understand. This is how not to write this, but apparently this is written out like in an afternoon or whatever, is what the introduction said. So, you know, let's see, da da da. Anyway, for this reason, all attempts to achieve the centralization of the organization as strong leadership will be unsuccessful so long as we practice formal democracy. As you can see, essentially, they're automatically saying that democracy essentially produces bureaucracy and anarchy, which is a very brave thing to say. I'll say that much. Now, it's true that bureaucracy, essentially special organs within a larger organization to go in and discipline different sections of it, to make it so that the organization can function. And these things often proliferate. The bureaucracy increases the amount of bureaucracy to justify the amount of bureaucracy. Um, these things happen. Um, it's certainly true that democracy is a method of decision making, right? Where it's like, okay, people have generally, for however democracy is handled, right? It could be direct democracy, it could be common consensus where the masses are consulted, it could be any number of different things, right? Essentially, right, okay, everybody's agreed we're doing this, and then you carry it out. And what happens if members within the group still disagree with within the democratic decision making process? What do? Well, you have to have some way of enforcing discipline. um Now, their way of enforcing discipline, despite saying it's not actually enforcing a discipline, is to just kick out people who go against their own consultation of the masses, which you say isn't a consultation. It's just, if you disagree, then you're removed. Um, that is consultation. It's just that it's the democracy of the agree with me or go away. And then people say, okay, I agree with you. um, you know, you can call that not bureaucracy, and you can call that not coercion. But if you're defining essentially methods of making sure decisions that have been made are carried out, bureaucracy, then you're kind of in a pickle. Um, you're kind of in a pickle. Anyway, the remaining theses from the third section onward give an outline of communist tasks, propaganda, and agitation in the organization of political struggles, and they emphasize that the solutions be sought in practical action, non-organizational codification. The explanation of the link between illegal and legal work is particularly detailed. Is it? Let's see. Where's the third section? Maybe this is part of a larger thing. I don't know. Wait, is this what? No, this is. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. And this is another thing that I was like, this is fucking stupid. There's tons of stupid stuff in it. Okay, anyway, a series of quotes from our core theses now follows. Divided into chapters and set out in chronological order, they show how the left, deriving lessons from a tragic historical experience, discovered how discipline and centralization might be guaranteed within its party organ. Not absolutely guaranteed, of course, since the party is both a product of and maker of history and consequently its consolidation. development and centralization, and conversely its disintegration and extinction, is in the first place either hindered or encouraged depending on the historical situation. Nevertheless, it was able to indicate what might favor the realization of maximum level of centralization and discipline, and what might, on the contrary, favor indiscipline, fractionism, and organizational disintegration. The first set of quotations under the heading The Model Organization clearly specifies that the guarantee that the party will act in a centralized and disciplined manner doesn't actually reside in a organizational model, which once applied to the party would render fractionism and indiscipline impossible. To declare a priori that the structure of the party must be such and such, and that indiscipline, disputes, and dissent consequently all rise from not conforming to said model structure, is a relapse into idealism and voluntarism. Basically, getting out there and saying, I want to take action on a rational basis and volunteering for action. I don't know how this, relates to voluntarism. I can see how it might relate to idealism, but not voluntarism. Okay, anyway, a thesis of ours, oft repeated in many contexts, is that the organized and centralized party structure comes about and develops on the basis of the entire complex activity of the party as its consequence and its instrument. In 1967, the question was set out in the following way. Quote, a real force operating within history and characterized by... I just want to say, the activity of the party is fundamentally determined by the party structure. You cannot take action that your party is not structured in order to support. These things develop in a dynamic, dialectical way. You cannot cast aside organizational structure at all. To do so, you're left with nothing but immediatist nonsense. I would argue, because, this thing is saying voluntarism is essentially, philosophical commitment, right? It's taking action based on philosophical commitment. If you don't have a party structure that's able to support whatever action that you're taking, then essentially any action that you're taking is necessarily going to be, oh, I'm doing it for philosophical reasons, rather than I'm doing it because the party organization is structured in such a way to support me doing this, right? If anything's voluntaristic, it would be that. If anything is voluntaristic, it's tossing aside organizational structure and the way that it arises at the exact same instant that the tactics, that the program, that the doctrine, that all that arises. These things are mutually interdependent and they cannot be separated from one another. They're all dialectically connected. And for whatever reason, these guys are so desperate constantly to deny this characteristic, deny the reality that the organizational structure is just as much of tactics as, as anything else is, right? Okay, let's see. I'll write this down, but I want to read this quotation to see if we want to add this. Quote, a real force operating within history and characterized by its rigorous continuity, the party's life and activity rests on the possession of a statutory patrimony of rules, precepts, and constitutional forms, a critically aspired to by bourgeois legalism or ingenuously dreamt up by the pre-Marxist utopianism, architects of highly planned structures which were to be inserted made into a reality of the historical dynamic. But it's on its nature as an organized body, a body formed in the course of a long succession of theoretical and practical battles, along the guiding thread of a continuous forward march, as we wrote in our platform in 1945. We read this quote: "The party's organizational rules are in keeping with the dialectical conception of its function. They don't rely on legal recipes or control by regulations. They transcend the fetish of the consultation of the majority." All right. Not going to bother with that quotation. All right. So the structure of the party needs to support the daily life of the party, which is dynamic. And so the structure needs to be dynamic. The structure arises in the same instant that the tactics, etc., arises. They are inseparable, and the structure is the fundamental material characteristic necessary. The program, that informs these things, but the organizational structure is the basis which allows any of it to actually take place. And I just make a note here, perhaps this is why they're so virulently against talking about this, is the organizational structure is something much closer to material and character, as opposed to, for example, general tactics or the program. And thus doesn't fit within their idealized historical party and their conception. Because essentially, they say, oh, the act of will comes first, and the historical party is the perfect representation. And, as soon as you start talking about the material and the necessarily formal, you're kind of moving away from this historical party, which is entirely within our heads and therefore is the ultimate dynamism, because it can be anything that they want it to be at any time. Continuing. It is in the execution of all its functions, not just one of them, that the party creates its various organs and mechanisms, and in executing them it likewise dismantles and recreates them, adhering not to metaphysical dictates or constitutional paradigms, but to the real, in fact organic, requirements of its own development. None of these internal workings, these organizational, quote, cogs within the party machine is, quote, theorizable either before or after their appearance. Okay, I would like you to go into more detail about this. If you're talking about black boxes, the reason why we don't bother with black boxes and looking into these smaller scale things where we're just looking at the inputs and outputs is because, well, there's all sorts of reasons, but usually it's because it's just not very important, right? It's a small scale thing. You just want to know whether it's increasing in its variety or it's decreasing, if it's actually carrying out the thing that's supposed to or not. Nothing is stopping you from looking into it. It's just that it's not particularly important to. Anyway, nothing entitles us to say, to give a very down to earth example, that the best guarantee that any one of these mechanisms will correspond to the purpose for which it came into being resides in the ways deployed by one or several militants. All that one can ask is that it's deployed, whether by 2 or by 20, if there are just as many, as though with one will, in full consistency with the party's past and future historical course, and that deploying just one militant, that he will do so using his hands and his brains to express the impersonal and collective power of the party. Okay, yeah, they're talking about black boxes. You can. The question is if there's any point to. You can absolutely theorize before or after. It's just usually there's no point. The revolution is not a question of form, but of force. The same goes. I'm pretty sure that this is distinct from previous sayings, but okay. The same goes for the party in its real life, in relation both to its organization and its doctrine. Even the organizational criterion we defend, namely on the territorial rather than the cellular type, is neither deduced from abstract, timeless principles. Invariance, thank you much, nor held up as the perfect, timeless solution. We adopt it only because it is the other side of the party's primary function as a synthesizer of the different groups, traits, and elementary impulses. All right, we're going to grab this section. I'm not going to actually summarize this right now. I want to think on what's being said here more, and I do think that this question of black boxes really needs to be addressed as well. So, okay. The second set of quotations establishes, given the party organism is based on voluntary membership, that the guarantee that will respond to really strict discipline must be sought in a clear definition of the tactical norms which are unique and binding on all, and the consistency of the methods of struggle, and clear organizational rules. When the left saw fractionism and insubordination tearing the international apart, it didn't draw the conclusion that improvised organizational mechanisms were a stronger center which was better at repressing the autonomous aspirations of the individual sections was needed. Instead, it learned the lesson that these splits, lack of discipline, and resistance to orders were due to tactical norms not having been properly articulated. Really? uh, no, that's not why there was splits, lack of discipline, resistance to orders. This conception that, oh, hey, if you just argued things better, if you presented your views better, this is the basis of utopian thinking. The thinking that if everybody was just would just rationally accept what was being said by everything, then um oh wait, and then they do recognize, because then they say so after making this utopian claim that the reason that the Third International failed was because there's the splits, lack of discipline, resistance to orders where occurred because people didn't argue their tactics well enough, articulate due to lack of consistency in the party's methods of actions, and due to the increasingly shapeless form the organization was assuming by way of fusions, filterings, and infiltration by other parties, etc., etc. So then they do recognize, it is in fact the organizational structure and the actions being taken by the organizations and the internal function things of it. The left's thesis was that unless the essential preconditions for any kind of organization were reestablished on a firm basis, then no amount of ingenuity would establish a strong and disciplined organizational structure or a strong world center of proletarian action. And from this would derive such frequently reiterated statements of the left as, quote, discipline isn't a point of departure but a point of arrival. And, quote, discipline is the reflection and product of the activity of the party based on its doctrine, its program, and on its unitary and homogeneous tactical norms, end quote. The third set of quotations use historical experience to prove that rising dissent and fractionism in the party doesn't mean, quote, the bourgeoisie is infiltrating, but rather that, quote, some aspect of party work or party life is out of kilter. Fractions are a symptom of sickness in the party, not the sickness itself. The actual sickness consists in the disintegration, for any number of reasons, of the homogeneous foundations of principles, program, and tactics on which unity and organizational discipline are based. A, quote, senseless exasperation of hierarchical authoritarianism, end quote, won't, therefore, prevent disagreements and fractions from multiplying, and neither will exerting disciplinary and organizational pressure, shifting people and groups of people around, resorting to trials and convictions, nor much less will relying on, quote, discipline for discipline's sake. Injunctions, restrictions, expulsions, which is one of the things that you want to do, the liquidations of local groups and ideological terror all tend to disappear if the party's organism is healthy. Conversely, these features tend to become more common, and the general rule of party functioning if the process of degeneration and self-destruction is already well underway. This is what is emphasized in the fourth set of quotations, whereas the next set culminates in a definition of the internal life of the party, asserting that it consists not so much in a struggle between men and groups, and between currents and fractions battling it out in a bid for party leadership, but rather in an effort of continuous research and rational definition of the theoretical, programmatic, and tactical cornerstones on which the organizational activity of the party must rely. Inside the party, homogeneity and discipline are achieved not by, quote, internal political struggle, but by working collectively and rationally to integrate and describe ever more effectively the cornerstones which form the basis of party action, in which everyone shares and accepts. No internal political struggle. Okay, we're back. And I'm actually re-recording because the previous one completely corrupted, probably because I didn't properly update OBS. I don't want to dwell on that. So I really wanted to get started on looking through this stuff that we went over last time, namely this conception of black boxing. So what I really want to talk about here is painting yourself into a corner, right? They kind of started with the premise that revolution is not a question of forms of organization. But really, that's not the case, because the instant that the Paris Commune occurred, Marx and Engels recognized the need for the class party to smash the state, as referenced in this very text, right? It went over it. The change that Engels made in the preface to the Communist Manifesto, right? It immediately became a question of forms. The forms capable of smashing the bourgeois state. And that could only, of course, be a political organ, the political class party. However, they can't abandon this initial conception. So while they recognize the definite need for the political class party, and then develop that into the invariant program, principles, tactics, historical party, etc., they, for whatever reason, have come to a conclusion that they can't talk about organization, at least in terms of prefigurative. Despite the fact that tactics that you carry out is dependent on the organizational form that you use, just as the program and principles and program and tactics are in a dialectical relation and arise together, so too does the organizational form have a dialectical relationship with all of these, arising in the same instant. So what do they do? Well, since they have a pathological rejection of engaging with organizational structure in the abstract, they instead do something that is called black boxing the recursion. This is something from cybernetics. We'll eventually get to this, wherein they look at only the inputs and outputs, but don't bother looking at the internals of it. This is something entirely normal for organizations. Every single organization does this, right? But unlike most organizations, due to their pathology, they do this immediately. Usually this black boxing would occur at much more local levels, but doesn't here. It happens at all levels of it. So usually what happens is, essentially, if you look at this closely, right, what you'll find is, it's this thing, and then turn it on its side, it's this thing. It's a recursion. It's the ethos, awareness, systems 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and they are all replicated internally, and then even further in again. And then if we could keep on going, it would keep on going. These are recursions, different levels of systems within systems. Now, everything above a certain point for an organizational level, recursion, is considered what amounts to the environment, right? A local organization is in the environment of its larger organization. They can't really do anything about them. They have direct influence over, and they have direct influence within, and so on and so forth. But it's not a strong relationship, right? You got your local management, and maybe they have a word with their larger structure, but it's an output related thing. And then, at a certain level down here, it's not important for your larger management to know what's going on inside these super small sections. It's just not important. So what do? They just black box it. So everything above a certain level, environment, everything below it, we just want to know the inputs and the outputs. Usually this happens at really varying levels, and each level will black box and abstract as environment certain degrees upwards and downwards relative to themselves. But what's happening here is they're saying all of this is immediately black boxed. They say all of it is outside of our understanding and we're not going to try. This is a very, very silly way of going about this. So, hence the need for everyone to be aware of everything going on in the party at all times, experience in all forms of party work, and absolute agreement with the center and the program, doctrine, and tactics at all times. Because the center needs to abdicate power to local managers at all times everywhere, while relying on fraternal solidarity, and expelling anyone who disagrees at any point from the party to keep all the disparate groups attached to the center. It's the only way that such a structure could function, which is incapable of self analysis, because the organizational structure has been obscured. Anything outside the center and above that, the environment, is instantly black boxed. To support this, the center also hands out an approved technology matrix, aka their short list, of tactics which they have determined to be appropriate given environmental conditions to produce the results they expect. This approved technology matrix is a description of work methods that are possible. So, for example, do you make steel with coal or something else? And usually that is handled locally because they are aware of what's on hand at any given time. But instead, in this case, it's handled by the center. The center probably doesn't have a strong conception of the real coefficients, the results and inputs going on here, and how they do or don't align with expectations according to the program, doctrine, etc. The results are probably that tons of completely impossible tactics are put in front of people who end up having to do the best that they can, but then can't actually carry it out. They have fascinatingly decide on some of the most difficult ways to attenuate variety, possible states of being, attenuating mean reducing, while getting the least possible out of it. They've done what Safford Beer in Designing Freedom gave an example of, wherein every individual customer is given an individual shop guide. This gets people exactly what they need all the time, but is extraordinarily inefficient and thus demands the organization structure itself in such a way that it can support it. So, for example, making it so it's profile expensive shop which does not get many customers, or say you cannot join, you can't go in right now, we have too many people inside the shop, which is exactly what we see happen. What's worse is that they clearly understand the problems and seek to deal with it, trying to create a robust organizational form capable of dealing with the problems they create for themselves, having maximal dynamism through rejection of formalism, heedless of the fact that this will just create informal formalisms, claiming essentially that people will magically enter the party when conditions are right, and that the party doesn't in fact need to educate them when that occurs, and positioning the center as having various powers to deal with issues. None of these are necessarily wrong, but what it is indicative of is they recognize the problems and they're doing stuff to deal with that on an organizational structural level. But because they cannot actually recognize the character of their own organizational structure, it makes it so they can't properly deal with it and can't properly increase efficiency and effectiveness. And we're going to talk about how to deal with that later once we get to cybernetics. All right, so let's get started. Chapter 1, the Model Organization. Having established the fact that out of the very necessity for the Communist Party to take action before, during, and after the conquest of political power, it must have a centralized and hierarchical structure to support its tactical unicity. It is incumbent upon us to examine the real dynamic by which such a structure comes about and can be strengthened. We entirely agree with Lenin's statement in What is to be Done. Quote, without a strong organization skilled in waging political struggle under all circumstances and at all times, there can be no question of that systemic plan of action, illuminated by firm principles and steadfastly carried out, which alone is worthy of the name of tactics. Without centralized and unitary organization, one cannot be said to have achieved unitary tactics. It is only by having one organization as a material instrument of action that tactical unity can arise. This is not the case. You can have immediate tactical unity on all sorts of things, either by force of will, wherein you say you need to do what we say because it's in your best interest to do so, or any other sort of circumstance. Perfect tactical unity is a goal to be achieved. It's not likely to really come up all that often. It's a unicorn because the different circumstances require different tactical action at any given time. Uh, because no plan survives contact with the enemy. You might be able to say, okay, here's the kind of tactics that we were expecting to use, but then shit happens, and you're going to need to change on the fly or get exterminated. It's that simple. Because your enemy is going to be responding to your tactics, and the environment that you're on is going to be different at different times. Sometimes literally the environment that you're on. Continue. But the main crucial statement found constantly throughout our writings, and one which fully corresponds with the thinking of Lenin in What is to be Done, and the Third Congress of the International, is that this organization doesn't first arise as a template in someone's head, to then be introduced into the real dynamic of the party. There's no such thing as a Bolshevik model or a left model, which is capable of being theorized and determined at an abstract level in advance, and on which the structure of the party can be modeled. The a prioristic hypothesis of such a model underpins the so-called Bolshevization of the Third International, which served the purpose of not forming Bolshevik parties, but destroying communist parties after the First World War. From 1924 onwards, the stance of the Moscow Center, by then already in a state of decline, was that, quote, the communist parties of Europe are powerless to exploit revolutionary opportunities and apply the correct revolutionary policy, because they don't possess the Russian Bolshevik Party's organizational structure, end quote. I would love to see where that quote was from, but I don't think it actually exists. Thus, the problem was turned on its head, inasmuch as the realization of the party's revolutionary path was entrusted to the existence, or lack, of a particular organizational structure or model, in other words. And this would sound the death knell of the parties and of the International. If it is in fact true that discipline is not a starting point but a point of arrival, the point of arrival being the collective activity of the party being conducted on the basis of its theory, program, and unique and homogeneous tactics, it is also true that an organized party structure is, quote, a point of arrival and not a starting point, end quote. 2. A point to head for. The reflection of the party's complex activity taking place on the basis of its theoretical, programmatic, and tactical tenets within a given political, social, and historical circumstance. The Bolsheviks' party's factory cell organization certainly wasn't in response to some organizational model invented by Lenin or any other fairy tale organizer. It was just an organizational reflection of the activity of a collective organ, firmly grounded on revolutionary Marxism, working within the political, social, and historical conditions of Russia. Right, and what did they do? They studied the political, social, and historical conditions. They identified what seemed to be the most promising at the given time, and then they developed theory, and they applied that theory to develop those organs, right? It's not an act of spontaneity any more than just class interest is an act of spontaneity. Actually, far less, because again, the party is able to look at conditions and make predictions. It's able to strategize and whatnot, right? So it's able to identify, hey, this thing looks particularly promising as a way to grow and develop. We're going to feed more resources into it, develop the organizational structure, do serious study of it, and make it so it will work better and more efficiently, right? And anyway, so, but really what I want to say is the conception that essentially, oh, hey, these organizations just sprouted up magically, spontaneously, without any input on the grounds of the party or anything like that, is a magical conception itself, right? Yes, the foundations for it might have emerged spontaneously from class interests and so on and so forth. But then after that, the party and the revolutionary minority went in and took charge of it. And that's especially the case with the Bolshevik Party, who in particular took charge of these. That was part of the foundational plan of what was to be done. Continuing. And this structure allowed the Bolshevik Party to triumph in Russia, not because it corresponded to a model of what the Communist Party should be like, but because it best suited the requirements of political struggle being conducted under Russian conditions. It best reflected the needs of party activity in Russia. The same structural form, once applied to Western Europe, inevitably gave rise to entirely negative results, and instead of strengthening the organization, it undermined it. However, the territorial or structure adopted by the Western parties wasn't a model either. It was no better or worse than the Bolshevik one. It was simply a product of history, a historical fact. In an organic way, the activity of the Western Communist parties took on the form of territorial sections instead of factory cells. And for 101 material reasons, it soon became clear that this form appeared to be the best adapted to accomplish the tasks the party had called on to perform. The most we can say is that having a structure organized into territorial sections responded best to what we consider to be a key task of the party organ: to synthesize the spontaneous and partial impulses which arise at a local, trade, and group level. But this is not a principle or an a priori model either. The party organization is in fact a product of its activity in determined conditions. Quote, it arises and develops on the basis of consistent and coherent party activity undertaken in pursuit of its revolutionary tasks, end quote, whose necessary technical instrument, permitted of no substitute it is. That is why it's anti-Marxist and wrong to claim that the party of Lenin is the model party organization, and why it would be wrong to seek a model in the structure of any other party, our own included. In the period after the Second World War, the left professed to be building a centralized party organization without recourse to utilization of democratic mechanisms internally, and consequently without statutory and legal codifications. This continued conception that democracy equals bureaucracy, and worse, and worse, that the idea that not utilizing democratic mechanisms means no statutory or legal codifications. This is not the case. Feudalism was not democratic, and it absolutely had legal codifications out the ass. All sorts of ridiculousness. I mean, have you ever looked at that stuff? These things, you cannot say, oh, because we don't have this thing, we don't have this completely unrelated thing, right? This is an incorrect assumption. Anyway, but this too wasn't in response to the left model, but to a correct evaluation of the historical development that allows today's parties to do without the instruments and practices that had to be adopted by the old parties. Right from the start, our party had, or rather built, a structural form for its activity, quote, that is, a centralized structure adapted to the activity the party was required to carry out. The structural form wasn't a found response to an invention or to a model, but to the following given elements: homogeneous and unitary tactical and programmatic foundation, non-ensemble circles and currents as it was in Russia in 1900, tactical plan, which is unique and defined from the start, as far as its underlying principles are concerned, on the basis of historical lessons: rejection of revolutionary parliamentarism, obligation of work into trade unions, rejection of political united fronts, uncompromising tactics in areas of double revolution. These given elements allowed the organization to create a structure from which the very start was based around a single newspaper which advocated one political line, thereby enabling the organization's various parts not to appear as local circles, but as territorial sections of a single organization, with orders and instructions emanating from the very start from this one single point, the international center. So we, in fact, have notes on this. So the organization is constructed / adapted to the activity it carries out in a given moment. So homogeneous, tactical, and programmatic foundation. obligation to work in trade unions, so economic organizations of direct proletarian action, and tactical plan defined from the start based on historical lessons, the approved technology matrix, rejection of political united fronts on the grounds that they can't do this, which isn't really accurate. At least, you know, yeah, you can't do it all the time in all places, but you can certainly, do it in sections, right? And then uncompromising tactics in areas of double revolution. These are these were discussed previously in the text, but essentially it's when you've got one area that is undergoing revolutionary movement in the first world and another that's undergoing revolutionary movement in the third world, right? And essentially they were calling to attention that these things kind of come in pairs. So the party needs to be known externally through deed to be a unitary singular organization. Okay. Other elements which characterize the organizational structure were theoretical activity 99%, external activity amongst the proletariat 1%. These people are fucking hilarious. This is not something to brag about at any point. Nor is it something to. If your structure is resulting in such an imbalance, then that means that your structure is incoherent and self defeating. And worse, it's probably going in and self replicating in this maligned way. Okay, well, we'll keep reading, but real quick. Number of party members limited to a couple of dozen or a couple of hundred. So again, they're limiting themselves. This is a black box. Again, what you do when you're not able to have everybody. This is everybody gets their own individual shop, keep going and directing them around the shop. And as a result, what you have to do, you need to close your doors and say nobody else can come in while this is happening, right? It is extremely self-harming, and it makes it so you're necessarily I mean some organizations, this is a good thing, right? If you're doing a high profile, we are fucking rich and the people who shop here are fucking rich, so we only want the best of the best to be coming in here, you know that sort of stuff works in this case. But this is a communist party. This is the Communist Party. If you are starting from this assumption, then you're already having problems. Now, I understand the drive to get only the best people, right? We want only the best people, and that means the only people who are let in are the best. But that's no. That goes against everything else being said about this. Continuing. Clearly factors these which were outside anyone's control. No, these were not outside of your control. These were not outside of your control. It is only outside your control if you believe that your internal organization is unchanging and subject to the whims of everything, because you can't self-analyze it. And if you believe that your tactics and stuff are unchanging no matter what, even when you're fucking losing. That's the only situation. This is the general bemoaning fate because he has done the same thing over and over again and gotten routed at every single opportunity. It's like no soldier is going to stick around with the general that's doing that. It's not going to happen. They're going to say, you're going to get us killed. We're leaving. Bye. And they are right to do it. The party organization, its working structure, what was what it needed to be and what it could only be as a consequence of those given elements, and nothing to do with Tom, Dick, or Harry might have liked it to be. Bullshit. People construct their organizations all the time. And some organizations are superior to different conditions than others. It was an organic structuring of party activity undertaken in real given conditions with a given number of participants. This structuring will change without prejudice to historically acquired factual results. Theoretical, programmatic, and tactical homogeneity. Elimination once and for all democratic and thus bureaucratic internal party mechanisms. Again, bullshit. That's not what democracy is. The consulting of people in the party and understanding of the interests and needs of the people within it is at no terms bureaucratic. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It's when you cease gaining information that it becomes bureaucratic, as the party breaches and floats away from the working class, from the people within the rank and file. It's the organization having to build structures to make it so it can continue working properly, because it is no longer capable of working properly. The bureaucracy goes in and it justifies itself. Continuing. To the extent that the material conditions within which the party conducts its activity also change, to the extent that the quantitative relationship between the various sectors of the party activity undergoes change in response to the upsurge of the proletarian struggle, in the measure that party membership increases, etc., etc. So yeah, listen, they're like, oh yeah, they're the general whining that they couldn't do anything. Again, what's the point of the party? If the party isn't an active engagement, if it's not doing so, then you're doing it wrong. This should be obvious. They recognize this and they complain about others, but then what do? Exactly this. Anyway, the work of the party requires organs, instruments of centralization, of coordination of policy. These instruments, mechanisms, etc., are the expression of real demands that arise as a result of its activity. It is the party's action which needs a suitable structure and which provides the impulse, the urge to build it, to realize it. This isn't, on the other hand, a specific structural type that can be imposed on living reality and shape the party as though it is distinct from its activity. To claim that the party, in order to consider itself as such, must possess at every moment of its existence a specific structure, particular organs, etc., is to fall back into being the most abstract anti-Marxist voluntarism. It's not just us saying this, all of our theses say it, and Lin does as well, when he's not being misread by fellow science searching for surefire recipes for success. Because, as we've already said, presupposing an organizational model necessarily brings in its wake another, even more serious departure from sound materialism. Or lead to recognizing the existence or achievement of this structural type to guarantee that the party is pursuing the correct revolutionary policy. Our classical sequence is turned on its head, and organizational structure ends up being the guarantor of tactics, program, and even principles. All right, so we got a bit of a thing here. So the party needs organs, instruments of centralization, disciplinary and auditing structures to make sure the various organs are in line with the center. They don't want to say it, but that's what they're saying, right? Any instrument of centralization is fundamentally a way of harmonizing. And, they are against disciplining anybody. And they're also against structuring the party in such a way that allows it to necessitate particular conclusions, right? They would consider that bureaucracy. But really, what's going on here is disciplinary and auditing structures, right? When you're kicking people out of the party for disagreeing, when you are specifically structuring the party in order to make it so this fraternal whatever is the case, and prefiguring the communist society and whatnot, these are all disciplinary and auditing structures. And anyway, it also needs coordination, policy, right here, and a policy. That's formalism, bureaucracy, any other insult they want to throw at themselves. What they have right here recognize the necessity of formalism, and they've recognized the necessity of mechanisms of instrument and whatnot, right? I mean, this entire sentence right here just throws out all their previous stuff. So yeah, the party's action drives the development of structure. Okay. For Marx, Lenin, and the left, the sole means of guaranteeing that the complex and robust organization the party needs can exist and be strengthened is by carrying out party work on the basis of homogeneity of theory, program, and tactics. For idealists at all times, and for Stalinists, party centralization, discipline, and organizational structure are taken as a priori elements as these which guarantee the unicity and homogeneity of theory, program, and tactics. According to Lenin, organization is the arm without which tactics cannot be put into effect. One organization as a reflection and organic product of an activity performed on the basis of unique presuppositions and a unique line. Presuppositions. Yeah. Yeah. So for Leninists of the Stalinist variety, the one organization, centralism, and discipline constitute the initial premise from which one then can obtain the correct tactics and a unique line of action. I just want to say real quick. Sorry, we're going to continue this, but I want to say real quick. This unique line stuff is bullshit. If you're predicating your own tactics, program, etc. on being unique, then that means that other organizations control you. You know, that's really what it is. We're not like them. We're going to do something different. Okay, then we'll do the correct maneuver in this area, and now you have to do the incorrect maneuver in this area. We can learn from other organizations' tactics. It's that simple. That's the case, right? This isn't questionable. Do I need to have a unique breathing pattern? No. Anyway, the Marxist declares, if the movement accepts a single theory, a single program, and a unitary tactical plan, then by having the party's activity conducted on such foundations, it is possible to develop a centralized and disciplined organizational structure. But if these foundations are found to be wanting, then discipline, centralization, and organization will be accordingly undermined, and there are no organizational remedies in existence which can head off total collapse. Stalin maintains that you can have divergent tactics which are unclear, variable, and subject to change, but as long as you have centralization and organizational discipline, everything is fine. Divergences, disagreements, currents, and fractions can all be eliminated using organizational measures. By reinforcing the organizational structure and by equipping the party with organizational tools and mechanisms which have an inherent capacity to keep the party on the right path. This is absolutely the case. All this can be done. I mean, what do you think kicking anybody who disagrees with you out of the party is? It's an organizational structure which reinforces the organizational structure. It's an organizational tool and mechanism that keeps the party on the right path, right? So you're doing the exact same thing, whether you like it or not. As you can see, the process has been completely turned on its head, and it appears that Leninists of the Stalinist variety have only read the last chapter of what is to be done. Doing so because they subscribe to blah, 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 blah. The petty bourgeois is always looking for reassurance that the revolution will definitely succeed. So, one, robust organization is created, and this is all three of these sections. Robust organization is created by carrying out correct party work. Incorrect party work will harm organizational structure. We cannot take party centralization, discipline, and organizational structure as a priori, with actual daily activity of the party not necessarily increasing organizational robustness. Again, if you're doing incorrect party work, then it won't help the structure. Organization is the basis for all tactics we carry out. No, they seem to be going to the conclusion that the lessons of organizational structure cannot produce higher tactics. This is obviously incorrect, as your organizational structure increases in capacity, both numerically and both quantitatively and qualitatively. that opens up new tactics for you to carry out, more complex ones, more difficult ones, more widespread ones, etc. It also allows you to have more territory, more in both the real sense and uh, in the theoretical sense to maneuver in, etc., etc. Continuing, the organizational structure should emerge from prefigured tactics that are accepted by everyone. If the tactics are incorrect, then discipline, centralization, and organization will be malformed. They claim that organizational form cannot girder on the ground tactics and allow victory to be carried forward. Note, this is incorrect. Tactics become available with greater organization. In addition, greater organizational strength allows for greater action to be taken, regardless of the correctness of that action. For example, overwhelming an enemy with numbers. It's not ideal, but you can do it. And then finally, they claim that organizational structure cannot drown out divergences, disagreements, currents, and factions. Note, this is shown to be incorrect and correct at the same time. Bourgeois states are extraordinarily effective at this, right? We live it. The fucking liberals with Democrats versus Republicans. This is the most important election of your life, and then they blackmail you into doing it, and it's like, and apparently it works because people get Stockholm syndrome. All right, so now we've got the quotations which justify their position. Okay. So, the democratic principle, 1922. None of these considerations are hard and fast rules, and this brings us to our thesis that no constitutional schema amounts to principle, and a majority democracy understood in the formal and arithmetic sense is but one possible method for coordinating the relations that arise within collective organizations. A method to which it is absolutely impossible to attribute an intrinsic character of necessity or justice, since such terms have actually no meaning for Marxists. And besides, necessity has no meaning for Marxists? Huh? And besides which, our aim is not to replace the democratic apparatus criticized by ourselves with yet another mindless project for a party apparatus inherently free of all defects and errors. Our italics. Okay, back to the basics. The nature of the Communist Party in 1925. The upshot of this is that we need to recover the fundamental Marxist thesis which holds that the party's revolutionary character is determined by relations of social forces and political processes, and not by empty frameworks, by the type of organization. An anti-Marxist and anti-Leninist utopianism is at the back of all these demonstrations insofar as rather than tackling problems by setting out for an analysis of actual social forces, it draws up elaborate constitutions, organizational projects, and sets of rules. I actually have to ask a question real quick here, and I hope that somebody can answer at some point. What's the difference between a constitution and an invariant program? Organizational projects and, unchanging tactics? And sets of rules versus, doctrine? What's the difference here? Anyway, the fallacious ideological approach to the question of fractions, whereby everything is reduced to codifying on paper how fractions are to be prohibited and crushed, draws on similar misconception. So, if anybody can answer that question, I will be very happy, because I'm just not too clear. 64, the Left's Theses at the Third Congress of the PCDI, Lion Theses, 1926. Part 1. As regards the perils of degeneration of the revolutionary movement and the means to guarantee the required continuity of the political line and its leaders and members, these dangers can't be eradicated with organizational formulae. 65. Force, violence, and dictatorship in the class struggle. 1948. The position of the Italian communist left on what we would call the question of revolutionary guarantees is, first of all, no constitutional or contractual provision can protect the party against degeneration. 66. General Guiding Principles, 1949. The correct functioning relationship between the central and peripheral organs of the movement isn't based on constitutional schemas, but on the entire dialectical unfolding of the historical struggle of the working class against capitalism. So, I want to remind you that they're talking to communists in this. They're just saying class struggle here. They didn't need to say any of that. They just need to say the correct functioning relationship between the central and peripheral organs of the movement is based on class struggle. But when you break it down like that, it doesn't actually tell you anything. It doesn't actually tell you anything. But really what they're trying to say here is essentially that you cannot put in your constitution that we are communists and then based on that constitution just say, hey, we're communists and therefore you know, anything that we do is class struggle. No, your stuff has to actually be part of class struggle. Sure, fine. But really they're not saying anything. 67, Notes for the Theses on the Question of Organization, 1964. A preliminary paragraph deals with the generalities and establishes that the issue of organization cannot be regulated by immutable principles, but has to accommodate the purpose behind party activity and the circumstances within which this takes place, both during the phase of revolutionary class struggle and during the following period of transition towards socialism, the first stage of communist society. The different conditions pertaining in different countries have to be taken into account, but within certain prescribed limits. Quote, this limit, today ignored by all, is present by the similarity of conditions under which the proletarian struggle takes place in the different countries and in the different phases of the proletarian revolution, which is, beyond all individual circumstances, the matter of essential importance for the communist movement. It is its similarity which provides a common basis for the organization of the communist parties in all countries. On this basis, we must develop the organization of the communist parties not by striving to create a new model party to replace what already exists. We don't have that. Or by seeking a formula for the absolutely perfect organization with perfect statutes. 68, Theses on the Historical Duty, Action, and Structure of the World Communist Party, Theses of Naples, 1965. I'm probably just going to I should have written this down while I was doing this after I was done, but the amount of hypocrisy in this section right here is astounding. Here we go. 11. The left staunchly defends another of Marx and Lenin's fundamental theses, that is, the remedy for alternations and historical crises which will inevitably affect the party cannot be found in constitutional or organizational formulae magically endowed with the property of protecting the party against degeneration. Such a false hope is one among the many pay bourgeois illusions dating back to Proudhon, and which, by numerous connections, re-emerged in Italian ordinativism, namely, that the social question can be resolved using a formula based on producers' organizations. You can't do that. You can't do that, and I'll tell you why. They're saying the ordinativists are, you know, wrong. Pay bourgeois illusions, claiming magically endowed with the property of protecting the party against degeneration. Why? Because they're relying on trade unions. Okay, well, these guys are fetishizing the party form the entire way through, the magical party form. They are essentially going in and doing a little Indiana Jones, and they're swapping out the economic organization with the party and then saying, you know, this thing right here is actually different. Now, I'm in complete agreement that the party form is clearly, you know, the thing that needs to be utilized, right? But you cannot ascribe this conception to this other organization on the basis that they're doing the exact same thing that you are, but they're doing it with the wrong thing, right? This is hypocritical. Continuing, over the course of party evolution, the path followed by the formal parties will undoubtedly be marked by continuous U-turns and ups and downs, and also by ruinous precipices, and will clash with the ascending path of the historical party. Again, this historical party does not and cannot ever exist. It is an ideal that they are looking from up to the heavens and trying to bring down to earth, rather than bring the earth up to the heavens. I can cite the German ideology all fucking day. Left Marxists direct their efforts towards realigning the broken curve of the contingent parties with the continuous and harmonious curve of the historical party. The only way it's continuous and harmonious is, because it doesn't exist and it doesn't have to deal with reality. This is a position of principle, but it's childish to try to transform it into an organizational recipe. In accordance with the historical line, we utilize not only knowledge of mankind, the capitalist class, and the proletarian classes past and present, but also a direct and certain knowledge of society and mankind's future, as mapped out by our doctrine and the certainty that will culminate into classless and stateless society, which could in certain be considered a partyless society, unless one understands by a party an organ which fights not against other parties, which conducts the defense of mankind against the dangers of physical nature and its evolutionary and eventual catastrophic process. This is a fucking hilarious section. Again, fetishizing the party, but this time in a less, anyway. The communist left is always concerned that its long battle against sad contingencies of the proletariat succession of formal parties has been conducted by affirming positions that in a continuous and harmonious way are connected on the luminous trail of the historical party, which continues unbroken along the years and centuries. It gets pretty broken regularly. You're just going in and fixing it afterwards, is what you're claiming. Leading from the first declarations of the nascent proletarian doctrine to the society of the future, which we know very well, insofar as we have thoroughly identified the tissue and ganglia of the present avaricious society which the revolution must sweep away. But equally futile, maybe more so, is the idea of constructing the model of a perfect party, an idea redolent of the decadent weaknessness of the bourgeoisie, which, unable to defend its power, to maintain its crumbling economic system, or even to exert control over its doctrinal thinking, takes refuge in distorted robotic technologisms in order, through these stupid, formal, automatic models, to ensure its own survival and to escape scientific certainty, which, as far as its epoch of history and civilization is concerned, can be summed up in one word: death. These guys are a fucking joke. Gosh. All right, chapter 2, guarantees. Arranged in date order from 1922 to 1970. In this chapter follows a continuous line in the communist conception of organizational questions. According to this line, the centralized and disciplined organization of the party is not based on democratic consultations of majority opinion, and less so on the edicts of leaders or a group of leaders. But instead on the clarity and continuous clarification of its line on doctrine, principles, program, aims, and on ever deeper acquisition of these positions by the organization. It is based as a consequence on the demarcation of clear tactical norms, which all members of the organization need to be aware of, along with a clear understanding of all of their possible implications. The work of organization building is therefore an indispensable task, whose constant aim is to render clear and unequivocal to the whole organization the historical patrimony of experiences and dynamic balance sheet, of which the existing organization is but the current expression. If there exists homogeneity within, and the acceptance by all members of the theoretical, programmatic, and tactical foundations, there also necessarily exists, as a result, homogeneity within the realm of organizational discipline, namely a general and spontaneous obedience to orders issued by the center. Okay. In the absence of such homogeneity, attempts to resolve differences by applying disciplinary pressure, compelling obedience to center's orders, or through a strong central organ capable of forcing its decisions on the periphery will be entirely in vain. It will be necessary instead to rebuild a homogeneous base by sculpting and honing the party's doctrinal, programmatic, and tactical lines in light of our tradition. Now, this isn't the same as saying, quote, the party should have no central organs with absolute and non-negotiable powers, end quote. It means that ensuring that the orders of the center are obeyed rests not on the latter's capacity to punish the disobedient, but on operating in such a way there are no disobedient people, and such a situation not obtained by organizational sanctions, but through continuous ongoing work on the part of the entire organization to integrate its doctrinal, programmatic, and tactical bases. When people say that divergences on theoretical, programmatic, and tactical questions arise because we don't have enough organizational centralization, because the center isn't able, by hook or by crook, to impose its own solutions on the organization, end quote. They are turning the problem on its head and veering away from the historical path mapped out by the left. What is more, the party is destroyed because what should be at the end of the process is placed at the beginning. Discipline is a point of departure but a point of arrival, and if it's such a time the center's organs meet with resistance from within the organization, this means that either they are at odds with the traditional foundation on which the organization rests, in which case each resistance is positive, or else the organization hasn't fully acquired and incorporated these traditional foundations. In both cases, enforcement, administrative measures, and punishment may serve the immediate needs of the party and get moving, but it certainly won't resolve the situation. It is a cheap shot against the left to state that having theoretical, programmatic, and tactical homogeneity in place doesn't automatically lead to centralized organization. The organization has to be built for sure, but needs to be supported on the foundations we looked at earlier. And then the building of the organization becomes a purely technical matter, a logical consequence in terms of the acquisition of practical instruments that serve to coordinate, harmonize, and direct the party's activity. We will have need of an operational center or central organ which plans and issues instructions. We will need people to take responsibility for various areas of party activity. We will need a centralized and efficient communications network. We will need hundreds of operational instruments, and setting them up won't be easy, certainly. It will all be for naught unless it rests on the aforementioned basis. But woe betides us if it is ever thought that these formal instruments bestow an ultimate guarantee on the good functioning of the party and of its internal discipline. It is a matter of technical instruments that the party has to use in order to act in a coordinated and centralized manner. But these absolutely do not guarantee the actions themselves, or centralization, or discipline. So we got that section. Did we skip this section? Yes, we did. So for right here, the previous paragraph, attempting to resolve factionalism or differences of opinion via collective force will not work. However, the party does need central organs with absolute power. This absolute power needs to, rather than punish the disobedient, remove the existence of disobedience. It cannot do this by organizational sanction. It requires the integration of doctrine, program, and tactics in the organizational structure in such a way that the organization produces obedient and homogeneous militants. In other words, it's organizational structure that produces this. So, yeah. And then for the paragraph that we just read, if there's issues of discipline, it either means A, that the center's orders are not in line with the traditional organization, or B, the organization hasn't got those traditional foundations fully in place. Enforcement, administrative measures, and punishment can resolve the immediate issue but not fix the internal problem. The organization builds on the cornerstones which produce through its daily activity and development, centralization, and discipline. After the cornerstones are solidified, the organizational construction becomes a purely technical matter. This development is because the party requires structures to coordinate, harmonize, direct party activity. What's that? What's that thing? Cybernetic BSM. Let's take a quick look. Let's take a quick look. I was called the R word for talking about this. Oh, yes. Coordination. Harmonization. Oh, yes, local management. Oh, yes, optimization and self organization, tactics, strategy, and then the ethos. Oh, man, this is your program, isn't it? Man. Oh, man. This rejection of organizational structure and the ability to apply it. Maybe, just maybe all organizations have common shared features as a result of being organizations. And you can say universal things about them. And then you can say specific things about specific kinds of organizations trying to do specific things. And you can say things about specific organizations doing specific things at specific times in specific places. We can do all of that. And we can make it dynamic too. Anyway, the party will need operation central organ which plans and issues instructions, hierarchy of people with responsibilities to areas of party activity, centralized and efficient communications network, and a multitude of operational instruments. Having all these while not having a solid base which naturally produces them will not guarantee centralization, activity, or discipline. In other words, you need a solid base, and that needs to produce the thing, right? It needs to be able to reproduce itself in this particular way, which leads to these things. If it's reproducing in such a way that doesn't lead to these things, then over time, even if you do have this centralized and disciplined organization over time, it will lose that because think about like the cells in your body. Every 7 years on average, basically every cell in your body is replaced. Now, what if the basis of your DNA or whatever has been changed through magic or whatever, through environmental conditions? Well, what happens is your cells develop in a different way. Now, this could be good. It could mean that you are adapting to your conditions, but it could also be bad. You might have cancer or something along those lines. Continuing. We've got our quotations. So he's back up this claim. So theses on tactics at the Second Congress of the PCDI, Rome Theses 1922. And to note, while we were reading through, I realized that we had only read the section on the agrarian question. So we'll have to go back and read the actual first part of that text. 29. Since the party's program cannot be characterized as a straightforward aim to be achieved by whatever means, rather it's a historical perspective of mutually related pathways and points of arrival, the tactics adopted in successive situations must be related to the program, and thus the general tactical norms adopted in successive situations needs to be clearly specified within not too rigid limits, becoming clearer and fluctuating less and less as the movement gains in strength and approaches the final victory. Only such a criterion as this can allow us to approach ever closer to the optimum level of genuine centralization within the parties and the international need to direct action effectively, in such a way that orders emanating from the center will be willingly accepted, not just within communist parties, but also within the mass movement they have managed to organize. One mustn't, however, forget that, having once accepted the movement's organic discipline, there is still the factor of initiative on the part of individuals and groups, which is dependent on how situations develop and what arises out of them, and on continual logical advance in terms of experiences and changes to course being followed. Discover the most effective way of combating the conditions of life imposed on the proletariat by the existing systems. Thus, it is incumbent on the party and international to explain the ensemble of general tactical norms in a systematic manner, since it might eventually call its own ranks, and to strive with the proletariat which have rallied around them, to put these tactical norms into practice and make sacrifices on their behalf. So actually, I kind of wanted to go up for a second here. Yeah, so this section here, uh, they do not recognize the ability for the organizational structure to deal with divergences, disagreements, currents, and fractions by utilizing organizational measures. But then, if we go down right here, what's said here? Such a situation is attained not by organizational sanctions, but through continuous ongoing work on the part of the entire organization to integrate its doctrinal, programmatic, and tactical bases. I already said when I first read this, but I'm going to reiterate. They are saying that you need to do this, that you need your organizational structure in order to lead to this suppression. And they want a positive suppression, which is fine. Yeah, that's good. You want to have a positive suppression of divergences, disagreements, currents, and fractions, right? You want that rather than going out and using coercive force through organizational sanction. Ideally, everybody will just be in agreement. That's again the ideal. And your organizational structure will support the leading of people to that universal agreement um, through centralization and discipline. Um, but they are at the same time trying to reject such things, and it's very silly, you know. Again, I could structure an organization to push out anybody who disagrees, and that's what these guys do. They said just kick anybody who does not agree with the center out. That's what they said at the beginning. Or who doesn't agree to the program out. And it's like, okay, this is a method of organizational sanction in order to keep everybody on the same position. But yeah, seriously, it's this section right here where they're like, okay, once you've got your core stuff in play, then the organizational structure is a purely technical matter. They've completely just been like, okay, you're right. This is a model organization. That you know, if it's a purely technical scientific manner, then that means that you can apply all this stuff to it. They just want the initial construction of it to have this mystical character and evolve naturally. And it's like, okay, sure. To some degree, we can let people develop their own organs and stuff, and then the party comes in and incorporates them. Sure. But you don't need to. Especially if we're starting from this conception of invariant program and tactics and all that sort of stuff. If you're starting from that perspective, then the foundations are already the cornerstones. The foundations are already in place. You don't need to do anything else. They're there, at least in theory. And it's true that you need to essentially establish them. But of course, establishing them requires an organizational structure that will do that, that will reproduce it. It's not just, hey, you know, they talked about, I went and talked about how the necessity for the daily activity of the party to reproduce the sort of organizational structure which will produce centralism and discipline. I said that before. But what I didn't mention, and I should have, is the requirement for the organizational form to support the daily activity, and the reality that these are in a dialectical relationship and arise in concert at the same instant as one another. The daily activity, the tactics, and whatnot, those things arise at the exact same moment that the organizational structure does, and vice versa. Therefore, you cannot, you know, separate this out. You just can't. There's no basis to ever do such. Lenin said it, and they recognize it. Organization is the arm. Where is that? Um, Organization is the arm without which tactics cannot be put into effect. This sentence right here is really key. You know, if tactics can't be put into effect, then your daily activity can't be put into effect. If your daily activity can't be put into effect, then your organizational structure cannot develop, according to this. They don't have a theory of organizational development unless they go and accept that the organizational development happens at the same moment, but they don't accept that. They don't recognize it. So again, you need to remember that the organizational structure arises at the same moment, and that you can't separate them out, and that the organizational structure will lead to the development of the organizational structure and the tactics, and the tactics will lead to the development of tactics, the organizational structure, and all that stuff, right? They're all together, every single one of them. Okay. Continuing. Did I don't think I finished this section. Theses on Tactics at the Second Congress of the PCDI, Rome Theses, 1922. 29. Since the party's program cannot be characterized as a straightforward aim to be achieved by whatever means, but rather as a historical perspective of mutually related pathways and points of arrival. The tactics adopted in successive situations must be related to the program, and thus the general tactical norms adopted in successive situations need to be clearly specified within not too rigid limits, becoming clearer and clearer and fluctuating less and less as the movement gains in strength and approaches a final victory. Only such a criterion as this can allow us to approach ever closer to the optimal level of genuine centralization within the parties and the international need to develop direct action effectively. In such a way that orders emanating from the center will be willingly accepted, not just within the communist parties, but also within the mass movement they have managed to organize. One mustn't, however, forget that, having once accepted the movement's organic discipline, there is still the factor of initiative on the part of individuals and groups, which is dependent on how situations develop and what arises out of them, on a continual logical advance in terms of experiences and changes to the course being followed, to discover the most effective way of combating the conditions of life imposed on the proletariat by the existing systems. Thus, it is incumbent upon the party and international to explain the ensemble of general tactical norms in a systematic manner, since it might eventually call its own ranks, the straw of the proletariat which have rallied around them, to put these tactical norms into practice and make sacrifices on their behalf. So, the tactics should be related to a program. General tactical norms should be specified, but the specification needs to be unrigid and open. As the situation develops, the tactics in action become more clear as we lock in on the revolution. So basically, you start with a very wide open tactics. Okay, we're going to go to X place, right? And then once you get there, your tactics become more focused. Honestly, I would just call it strategy or larger strategy, and then the tactic. Okay, we need to go do this thing here, and then once you look at your terrain and your foes and whatnot, then you're like, okay, let's hone these tactics more to be specific to the condition, and then on the point of the battlefield, then your tactics become fully solidified. You're going to carry out this, and this, and then your enemies, of course, are going to respond doing the exact same thing as you are. So then you know your tactics are going to be constantly shifting, and that's the reality of the matter. But anyway, by having these clear tactics, the mass movement, the party attracts to accept orders more willingly. Individuals and groups maintain the factor of initiative. These local individuals and groups discover the ways most effective to combat the conditions of the bourgeois system that are specific to them. The party needs to explain general tactical norms to these individuals and groups so that they can harmonize with the larger movement. Okay. Then theses on the PCDI on the tactics of the Communist International at the Fourth Congress. In order to avoid crises of discipline and eliminate the danger of opportunism, the Communist International needs to bolster its organizational centralization with clear, precise tactical resolutions which exactly specify what methods are to be applied. A political organization, that is, one based on the voluntary adherence of each of its members, can only respond to the requirements of centralized action when all of its members are aware of and accept the array of methods which the center may order them to apply in various different situations. The authority and prestige of the center, which relies on psychological factors rather than material sanctions, depends entirely on the clarity, firmness, and continuity of the programmatic proclamations and methods of struggle. The assurance that the Proletarian International is able to form a center of effective unitary action rests solely on this. A robust organization can arise only on the sound basis of its organizational norms provide. By assuring each individual that these norms will be applied impartially, rebellions and desertions are reduced to a minimum. As long as these norms are, successful. If they're unsuccessful, then people will desert because they're like, no, this is fucking stupid. And I'm not going to be harmed because my orders are dog shit. Continuing, the organizational statutes, no less than the ideology and tactical norms, need to impart a sense of unity and continuity. Okay. 71. Speech by the left's representative at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, 1922. We support total centralization and investiture of power within the supreme central organs. But what is needed to ensure compliance with the leading center's initiatives isn't just the solemn sermons about discipline on the one hand, and heartfelt pledges to respect on the other. The assurance that there will be discipline must be sought elsewhere if we bear in mind, in the light of the Marxist dialect, the nature of our organization, which is not a machine, which is not an army, but a real unitary whole, whose development is first of all a product and secondly a factor of the developing historical situation. Discipline can only be ensured by specifying the limits within our methods of action and applicable and by clearly defining our programs and fundamental tactical resolutions and our organizational measures. Communist Organization Discipline, 1924. To consider total perfect discipline, such as would ensue from a universal consensus, also in critical consideration of all the movement's problems. To consider such a discipline not as an end result, but an infallible means which should be employed with blind conviction, would effectively be saying, in short, quote, the International is a World Communist Party, and every pronouncement of its central organs must be faithfully followed, end quote. This would surely be to turn the problem a bit sophistically on its head. We must remember at the start of our analysis is the question that the Communist parties are organizations whose membership is voluntary. This fact is rooted in the historical nature of parties. The fact of the matter is, we cannot force anyone to be a card-carrying member. We cannot conscript communists. We cannot impose sanctions on those who do not comply with internal discipline. Every member is free to leave whenever he or she wishes. As a consequence, we cannot adopt the formula, although it's not without its advantage, of total obedience and execution of orders from above. The orders which emanate from central hierarchies are not the starting point, but the result of the functioning of the movement understood as a collectivity. There is no mechanical discipline that can reliably ensure that orders and regulations from above, whatever they are, quote, will be I don't know what the quote is for. It can be put into effect. There is, however, a set of orders and regulations which respond to the real origins of the movement that can guarantee maximum discipline, that is, of unitary action by the entire organization. And conversely, there are directives which, emanating from the center, could compromise discipline and organizational solidity. In the belief that we remain faithful to Marxist dialectics, we summarize our theses as follows. The party's action and the tactics it adopts, i.e., the way the party acts on the outside world, has in its turn consequences on the on its internal structure. Organizational structure. Anyone who claims the party should be ready in the name of some kind of limitless discipline to take part in any kind of action, tactic, or strategic maneuver outside the well-defined limits known to all party militants would fatally compromise the party. We will only arrive at the maximum desirable level of unity and disciplinary solidity in an efficacious way by confronting the issue on the basis of this platform, not by claiming that it is already prejudicially resolved by a banal rule of mechanical obedience. So I just took this one paragraph out. I just took this one paragraph out. Party's actions and tactics, external relations, is dialectically related to the internal organizational structure. Tactics, aims, program, operations, organizational structure, principles are all dialectically related and arise at the same time, dependent on one another. The party can only carry out action which it is capable of carrying out and should not overextend. It's that simple. 73. Speech by the left's representative at the 5th Congress of the Communist International, 1924. We want real centralization and real discipline. And for this to happen, our tactical directives need to be clear. And the stance of our organization towards other parties needs to be consistent. 74. The left's theses at the 3rd Congress of the PCDI line theses, 1926. Part 1, Paragraph 3, rejecting the possibility and necessity of predicting tactics in their broad outlines, not predicting situations, which is much less possible with any degree of certainty, but predicting what we should do in various hypothetical scenarios based on the progression of objective situations, means rejecting the party's role and rejecting the only guarantee that we can give the party militants and the masses, in all circumstances, will agree to take orders from the leading center. In this sense, the party is not an army, nor is it a mechanism of the state, that is, an organ in which hierarchical authority prevails and voluntary adhesion counts for nothing. We state the obvious in noting that a way is always left open to the party member, incurring no material sanctions, not to obey orders, leaving the party itself. Good tactics are such that, should the situation change and the leading center doesn't have enough time to consult the party and still less the masses, they don't lead, within the party and proletariat, to unexpected repercussions which could undermine the success of the revolutionary campaign. The art of predicting how the party will react to orders and which orders will go down well is the art of revolutionary tactics, which can be relied upon only to the extent it makes collective use of experiences of the past, summed up in clear rules of action. We have no hesitation saying that since the party itself is something which is perfectible but not perfect, much has to be sacrificed for the sake of clarity, to the persuasive capacity of the tactical norms, even if it does entail a certain schematization. A good party doesn't make good tactics. Good tactics makes a good party. And good tactics can only be ones which are understood and agreed by all in their basic outlines. So more recognition of the necessity of formalization and so on and so forth. They just call it schematization. So 75, speech by the left's representative at the 6th and Large Executive Committee of the Communist International, 1926. It is true that we must have an absolutely homogeneous Communist Party without differences of opinion and different groupings within it. But this statement is not a dogma. It isn't an a priori principle. It is an end for which we can and must fight in the course of development which will lead to the formation of the true Communist Party. On condition, that is, that all ideological, tactical, and organizational questions have been correctly posed and resolved. 76. Nature, function, and tactics of the Revolutionary Party of the Working Class, 1947. The cause of these failures must lie in the fact that successive tactical slogans rain down on the parties and through their cadres with the character of unexpected surprises, without any preparation of communist organization to the various outcomes. I don't think that that's always going to be the source of failure in this sort of stuff. Continuing. In order to foresee the full spectrum of situations and responses, the tactical plans of the party cannot and must not become an esoteric monopoly of supreme hierarchies, but must be rigidly coordinated with theoretical coherence, with the political conscience of militants and the traditions of the movement's development, and must permeate the structure in such a way that they are prepared in advance and can foresee what will be the reactions of the unitary structure of the party to the favorable or unfavorable sequence of events in the struggle's development. To expect something more and different from the party, and to believe that the party will not be smashed by unexpected turns of the helm. It's not the same thing as having a more comprehensive and revolutionary concept, but clearly, as demonstrated by concrete historical comparisons, is the classical process that ends up in opportunism, whereby the Revolutionary Party either dissolves and is shipwrecked against the defeatist influence of bourgeois politics, or is more easily exposed and disarmed in the face of repressing initiatives. Did we get this? Let's see. Because we read that piece. I just want to confirm. It looks like no. But this is from 1947. I didn't remember that being from 1947. Yeah. We had 1945. Anyway, we'll put this in. I just realized. Okay, we're going to put this in here. I'm not going to summarize it just yet. Is this a different text? 1940? No, 1945. Interesting. Oh, I see. This section was in 1947. I get you. Okay. Continuing. 77. Force, violence, and dictatorship in the class struggle, 1948. Part 5. The relationship between the militant and the party is based on a commitment, and our conception of this commitment, which avoids the undesirable objective, contractual. We may define simply as dialectical. It is a dual relationship which flows both ways, from the center to the base and from the base to the center. If the action of the center goes in accordance with good functioning of the dialectical relationship, it is met by healthy responses from the base. The celebrated problem of discipline thus consists in saying a system of limitations on rank and file militants, which is a proper reflection of the limitations on the action of leadership. Okay, they think of that limitation as the tactical actions, and they think that the basically by having the universal tactical limitations that applies to both the rank and file and to the center, then it will create discipline. I don't know how that will work. I mean, maybe I'm just thinking about it in a pause way, but you know, I just don't see how they're coming to that conclusion. I'll post this and ask about it, but yeah. All right. Moving forward, 78, Marxism and Authority, 1956. 29. The objective democratic acknowledges that Congress's decisions are made after the rank and file organizations by counting votes. That's not necessarily what democracy means, to be entirely clear. This is, again, more indicative of their incredibly limited conception of what democracy is. Electoralism is a form of democracy. It is not the only form of democracy out there. Continuing, but is counting votes enough to ensure that the center will obey the base and not vice versa? Knowing as we do the inauspiciousness of bourgeois electoralism, does this really make sense? We will just recall the guarantee so often suggested by ourselves and highlighted again in the dialogue with the dead doctrine. This was established right at the start of in the movement's classical text, and the center isn't allowed to change it. Organization. Internationally unique, it doesn't diversify by means of aggregation or fusions, but only through the admission of individuals. Members cannot belong to other movements. So when they say aggregations or fusions, they basically mean parties combining with one another. Or organizations just entering into the party wholesale as an organization. Instead, they say, okay, if you want to join with us, you have to come in as individuals, and we'll treat you as individuals. Continuing. And, I do wonder because it's very often that, companies do mergers, and I don't hear these mergers having particularly bad results a lot of the time. I think that would be worthwhile to study how mergers between corporations work and the results of that, to see if we can understand how to avoid having the ethos of the organization falter in the face of these mass mergers. It's true that, going in and demanding that every individual come in as an individual makes sense, but the question is if, an alternative method is viable. Continuing. Tactics. Potential maneuvers and actions must be anticipated in decisions made at international congresses using a closed system. The rank and file must not initiate actions without the go-ahead from the center. The center must not give new factors as a pretext for inventing new tactical maneuvers. The link between the rank and file of the party and the center takes on a dialectical form. The party is exercising the class dictatorship inside the state, and against these classes against which the state is taking action. There isn't a dictatorship of the center of the party over the rank and file. Such a dictatorship isn't negated by means of a mechanical and formal internal democracy, but by respecting those dialectical links. All right, we're going to take this and we're going to do a close study of this section later. Okay. What? There we go. Continuing. 79, Dialogue with the Dead, 1956. 77, our guarantees are simple and well known. 1. Theory. As we said, it doesn't appear in every phase of history, nor does its appearance depend on great men, on geniuses. It appears only at certain key junctures. Regarding its general particulars, we know its date of birth, but not its paternity. Our theory necessarily appeared after 1830 on the basis of the English economy. Provide a guarantee, even admit that perfect truth and science are unattainable goals, and struggling against the scale of the error is all one can realistically expect, insofar as it constitutes the backbone of an entire system. There are only two historical paths open to it. It is either realized or it disappears. The party's theory consists in a set of laws that govern history and its past and future course. And the guarantee we therefore propose is no revisions or improvements, quote unquote, on the theory allowed, no creativity. So basically, they're saying that theory, as we know it, arises, you know, out of material conditions, and it only really develops when material conditions significantly change. And when the party has developed to the point where it's able to take action within stuff. To consider scientists, who is sitting there and they're working on a thing, and while they're looking at this thing but not able to touch it, they can't do much thinking. But then suddenly the thing that they're studying does something weird. They can record that and analyze it. And when they are able to actually interact with the thing, then they can do serious study of it. Now, this, of course, is a pretty interesting way of thinking about things, because even when it is small, the party and individuals can at all times interact with the mode of production. This is not like an atom that you need special equipment for and whatnot. And in addition, we also have theory to make hypotheses based on. We can make hypotheses. That's something that we can do, even if we can't put them into real analysis. However, there is some truth to it that you're not really going to see the bombastic shifts and changes until conditions change significantly. But that doesn't mean that, for example, let's talk about eco-socialism for a second here. you can absolutely go in and say, hey, look, we need to focus very particularly on this particular aspect of Marxism and develop it far beyond where he ever would have gone because we need to deal with climate change. You can call that clarification or whatever the hell you want, but I can tell you right now that somebody like John Bellamy Foster has taken the concept of the metabolic rift and has gone wild with it. This is something that is important to note, right? And it's also important to realize that, responding in a prefigurative or whatever you want to call it way to the conditions that are going on right now in your life rather than focusing on the history and whatnot is key, because guess what's going to be getting people actually thinking about conditions, what's going on in their lives right now. uh Continuing. 2. Organization. It must have historical continuity, both as far as remaining faithful to the theory itself is concerned, and continuity in terms of handing on experience derived from the struggle. Only when throughout vast areas of the world and over long periods of time this has been achieved will the great victories come. The guarantee against the center is that the latter doesn't have the right to be creative in the orders it issues, and only to have them obeyed to the extent that its battle orders fall within the precise limits of the movement's doctrine and historical perspective, as established throughout the world and over a long period. The guarantee lies in holding back from exploiting, quote, special, local, and national situations, and unexpected emergency or particular contingencies. What? So, okay. The October Revolution was a pretty special circumstance, right? It's the weakest link in the chain. That's pretty fucking special. It was at the end of World War One, where all the different capitalist powers started fighting amongst one another. That was pretty fucking special. What do you mean it doesn't exploit special or local or national situations? Okay, whatever. Either history allows certain general connections to be established between distant points in space and time, or is pointless to talk of a revolutionary party. No, it's not. Which is fighting to create a future society. What? How have they come to this conclusion? This makes no sense whatsoever. A revolution does not drop from the sky. You have to pick it off the tree. The conditions will produce revolutionary circumstances if it is a system that produces such, and capitalism is such a situation because it's a class society. But you need the organization that is capable of actually taking advantage of those situations. Continuing. Same as we've always dealt with, there's great historical and geographical subdivisions which fundamentally shape the action the party takes. Over fields extending across continents and centuries, no party leadership can announce sudden changes of the type that alter from one year to the next. What? Thousands of examples have confirmed the following theorem of ours. He who announces a new course is always a traitor. Okay, then Lenin is a traitor because he posited that capitalism had reached a new stage, that of, you know, imperialism, and posited the need of a vanguard party, which is nowhere within Marx. This is hot garbage of the worst sort. Continuing, the guarantee against the base and masses lie in the fact that unitary and centralized action, the famous, quote, discipline, is achieved when leadership is firmly committed to the aforementioned canons of theory and practice, and local groups are not allowed to create their own autonomous programs, perspectives, and movements. Well, okay, autonomous, sure, whatever. Uh, where was I? Oh, yes. This dialectical relationship between the base and the apex of the pyramid, which in Moscow 30 years ago we wanted to overturn, to turn on its head, is the key which ensures that the party, as impersonal as it is unique, has the exclusive faculty of reading history, the possibility of intervening in it, and of indication when such a possibility has arisen. Going from Stalin to Kameyev under Stalinists nothing has been turned on its head. All right. I'm just gonna take this. And uh, I just find it fucking hilarious. The anti-innovative stance that they have. More bangers. All right. 3. Tactics. The mechanism of the party forbids, quote, creative strategies. The plan of operations is out in the public domain with the precise limits of the territory and historical fields within which it is to be applied are described. An obvious example, since 1871, the party hasn't backed any war between states in Europe. Since 1919, the party hasn't participated, or shouldn't have, in any elections in Europe. In Asia and the East, up to now, the party has supported democratic and national revolutionary movements and fighting alliance between the proletariat and other classes, including the local bourgeoisie. We give these crude examples to prevent it being said that there is one rigid scheme which we apply everywhere and always, and to avoid the famous accusation that this construct, which is a completely historical materialist one, derives from immobile postulates which are ethical, aesthetic, or even mystical. You before very specifically said we adopt the title of mystical, so good luck with that. The party and class dictatorship will not degenerate into a discredited form such as an oligarchy on the condition that is openly and publicly declared for what it is and set in the context of a broad arc of historical time, making its existence conditional not on a hypocritical majority control, but solely on the strength of the enemy forces. The Marxist Party isn't ashamed of the clear conclusions that emerge from its materialist doctrine, and it won't be prevented from drawing them by sentimental views or for the sake of appearances. The program must contain a clear outline of the future society structure, insofar as a total negation of the present structure. And this must be our point of arrival anywhere in all times. Describing present society is only a part of the revolutionary task. Slandering it and deprecating it is not our concern, and neither is the construction of future society within the precincts of the old. But the ruthless destruction of the present relations of production must occur according to a clearer program, which scientifically predicts how, over these broken obstacles, there will arise the new forms of social organization commented on by the party doctrine in such a detail. I'm actually going to take this because we are going to take a closer look at essentially what they have to say here, because they're kind of right, they're kind of describing separate things here. When I'm talking about the question of creative tactics, I mean on the field, happening right now, right here, in response to enemy action. They give examples, which they say to be crude, of larger theoretical bases. These are things like, okay, electoral abstentionism as an example. Now, if we go over to Dahmen, I believe, where he talks of the tactic of abstentionism being treated as a tactic, not as a platform, so the forces of the left can be attracted for the actual conflict, right? the reasons behind this absenteeism are specific within the circumstances that are in, right? These are what I would probably call, more than anything, tactics within a, well, they're tactics within a broader strategy, but there are different levels to tactics, right? Perhaps we need to study some more military theory, just as a whole. Maybe that's the way that needs to be gone, so that we can actually be more precise about language. If they are, not saying, they, they, they kind of say, but kind of don't say at the same time, right? They're they're saying, oh, we don't have this rigid scheme which we apply anywhere and always, but then they don't actually make any active positive statements, saying, hey, we are in support of people on the ground making tactical decisions, as to say, creative actions in response to, you know, what's happening in their particular circumstances. We don't really see that. What we do see is that their structure is essentially aimed at responding to the power, the strength of the enemy forces, right? So their organization is purely a one that is constructed specifically in response to enemy forces, right? And this would involve constantly shifting your tactics, what you're doing at any given time in response to what's going on. This is kind of a positive statement, but they're not clear about it. So we'll have to figure out what the content of this is, if they will ever actually say so. Okay, continuing. 80. Theses on the historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party, Theses of Naples, 1965. 13. The screening of party members in the organic central scheme is carried out in a way which we've always declared to be contrary to the Moscow centrists. The party continues to hone and refine the distinctive features of its doctrine, of its action and tactics, of the unique methodology that transcends spatial and temporal boundaries. Clearly, all those who are uncomfortable with the delineations can just leave. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Okay. Basically, if you don't agree with our position, then we don't want you in our party, and that's an incredibly mature way of engaging with people who are in disagreement. I'm completely unsurprised at them and the like splitting off, which they cried about and then, bragged over, despite losing the majority. Continuing, 81, Introduction to the PCDI's Theses on Tactics at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, 1965. Some points relate to the question of organization. Every tradition of federalism must be eliminated to ensure centralization and unitary discipline. But this historic problem won't be resolved with mechanical expedients. The new international, too, if it is to avoid opportunist dangers and internal disciplinary crises, must base its centralization not just on a clear program, but also on clear tactics and working practices. As early as the Fourth Congress, we already insisted that this is the sole guarantee on which a center can safely base its authority. 82. Supplementary Theses, the Milan Theses, 1966. 7. Within the Revolutionary Party, as it moves inexorably towards victory, obeying orders is spontaneous and total, but not blind or compulsory. In fact, centralized discipline, as illustrated in the theses and associated supporting documentation, is equivalent to a perfect harmony between the duties and actions of the base and those of the center, and the bureaucratic practices of an anti-Marxist voluntarism are no substitute to this. Okay. 83. Introduction to the PCDI's Theses on Tactics at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, 1970. As a consequence, the foundations of a genuine international discipline, which is not mechanical, not based on the exegesis, it's the opposite of genesis of civil or penal law, but organic, collapse when they are replaced by a formal discipline imposed by an organ which is both deliberative and executive, whose capacity to maintain the line of theoretical, practical, and organizational continuity within the complex and unpredictable game of maneuvers is supposedly conferred on it a priori by belief that it has been somehow permanently immunized. Discipline is a product of homogeneous program and consistent practice. Once you start introducing the independent variable of improvisation, you end up having to throw out with a whole host of restrictive clauses. At the end of the process, there's just the nut, or if you prefer, stone. I don't know what the nut is, but maybe they mean the remaining surviving thing or something along those lines. Basically what they're saying is that essentially if you go in and you create a formal discipline imposed by an organ, a state organ, this is what we would usually call bureaucracy, right? Wherein, the system goes in and it's like, okay, the system cannot function. So build something that makes it so it can function. So let's say, for example, somebody is constantly interrupting a meeting. And the meeting can't do the thing that's supposed to do. So what do? You get some guy and you put him in a position to stop people from interrupting the meeting. Right? This is a disciplinary action. Well, what happens when this guy goes out and he's like, and he goes beyond what he's supposed to do, rather than simply stopping people from interrupting the proceedings of the meeting. Now he stops people from, talking at all in the meeting. So then what you have to do, you need to make some rules to make it so this guy no longer makes it so you can't actually do the thing that you're supposed to do. Because this new person here that is there to interfere with it is making it so, the system no longer works. So you add on rules to this guy. But what happens from here? Well, this guy can just ignore the rules, can't he? Unless you build something in addition to that to make sure this guy follows the rules. And then you're kind of in this Ouroboros situation. This is what's described as bureaucracy. This is essentially the bureaucracy becomes the cult in of itself, and the bureaucrats produce bureaucracy, and whatnot. However, the general answer to this, we'll eventually get to this once we get to cybernetics. Trust me on that. But so this isn't completely incorrect, but I will say that you do want to avoid a circumstance wherein they have this organic thing where they're like, oh hey, we'll just build whatever organs that we need at a given time, and we'll get rid of them after we no longer need them constantly. This doesn't work for a lot of things. We've talked about this. Continuing. 84. Introduction to the Left's Theses at the Third Congress of the PCDI. Line Theses 1970. It is therefore necessary to lay the basis of discipline by supporting it on the firm pedestal of clarity, firmness, and invariance of principles and tactical directives. Back in those years whose very brilliance makes them seem a long time ago, discipline was created in an organic way and rooted in the granite-like doctrinal force and practice of the Bolshevik Party. Today, either it will be rebuilt On the collective foundation of the worldwide movement in a spirit of seriousness and fraternal sense of the importance of the hour, or all will be lost. Discipline towards the program in its original, clear, and precise form was not observed. It was said that the confusion arising from this lack of discipline could be prevented by recreating genuine Bolshevik parties in vitro. And we all know how these caricatures of Lenin's party turned out under Stalin's heel. At the Fourth Congress, they warned, quote, "Discipline can be guaranteed only by defining the boundaries within which our methods are applicable, by clearly defining our programs and fundamental tactical resolutions, and through our organizational measures." End quote. At the Fifth Congress, we repeated that it was pointless pursuing dreams of trouble-free discipline if clarity and accuracy was lacking in the fields on which all discipline and organizational homogeneity depended. That indulging in dreams of a single world party would be in vain if the continuity and the prestige of the international organ was continually being destroyed by conceding, not only to the periphery, but to the leaders, the freedom to choose, the principles which determine practical action and therefore action itself. And that was hypocritical to invoke the idea of Bolshevization if it didn't signify intransigent ends and adherence of the means to those ends. Essentially, what they're saying is that, all these periphery parties, all these parties that were in the global south and in all sorts of different places were saying, we're going to do our own thing, we're going to do our best to recreate the Bolshevik party, but with our own take on it. Were granted freedom to choose within the situation, rather than having clarity of the program and saying, you have to be not only saying that you're a communist party, but also doing communist things to be within the international. And by not doing that, essentially anything could call itself communist. That's, for example, Indira Gandhi's, right? Basically, India at one time called itself communist in its constitution. It didn't mean jack shit, but it was politically advantageous to do so because it was a very popular movement at the time. And actually, Mahatma Gandhi was significant in dashing those as well. Continuing. Introduction to the post-1945 Theses, 1970. If the party is in possession of such theoretical and practical homogeneity, possession which isn't guaranteed for all time, but rather a reality to be defended tooth and claw, and necessary be won back as many times as it takes. And its organization, which is simultaneously its discipline, arises and develops organically on the unitary root stock of program and practical action, and expresses in its diverse forms of explication and hierarchy of its organs a perfect connectedness of the party with the sum of all of its functions. Okay, that doesn't actually say much, but sure. We're going to go back and summarize these sections that we extracted. So I will be back in just a few. Alright, so the tactical plans of the party do not rest in the sway of hierarchies external to the party who come up with new ideas when it suits their fancy. Rather, tactical plans are rigidly coordinated, theoretically coherent, are in line with political consciousness of the militants who are trained to accept such. Rest within the party tradition, they are not new, but instead developments of historical tactical action, and prepared in advance and known to all within the organization so that the center knows how the periphery feels about the tactic before it's ever actually put into action. The tactics are not as such, and the bond between the captain and the crew is broken, the ship will run aground. And I just wanted to say it's funny because they were, they did not like talking about, ships and helmsmen and all that sort of stuff, but now they're very willing to. It's not important, but still. Okay, so the party makes the following guarantees. Doctrine, established at the beginning of the movement and unchangeable by the center. For anyone. So this is your constitution, but they won't call it a constitution. Organization, internationally unique. Again, this unique bit is weird, and if you're basing your existence on not being like some other thing, then that other thing is controlling the way that you can be. So just don't worry about being so unique and special, then nobody else is like you. Instead, worry about your own ethos. Only brings in individuals, no fusions. Members cannot be in other organizations. Again, I will come back to this with the question of how corporate mergers occur and the success rates on that, because I know that these things can work, and that the ethos of an organization can be maintained in the face of such things. The question is how and to what degree, and stuff like that. Continuing. Tactics. Publicly known and unchanging upon conception in international congresses, and the rank and file only initiate actions with the acceptance of the center. And the center doesn't recognize changing conditions or special circumstances as a pretext to breaking with tactical decisions made up here at these international congresses. No, this is fucking stupid. Now, it doesn't necessarily say that the rank and file can't go in and essentially do their own thing, which maybe is, the point. They black box all the rank and file anyway. Anything beneath the center is immediately just black box, and they say we can't know anything about them, and there's no point in us knowing about them. So maybe that's the way that they go about it. We just give the general tactic, and then you carry it out everything on your own end within the limitations of the tactics that we put out here. Because they've kind of presented these tactics as a broad, unrigid thing. They have said that's the case. I don't know what kind of, and sometimes a tactic is like absenteeism. Okay, sure. You know, um, that's broad enough. It's also quite specific. It's saying we're not going to do any electoralism within any bourgeois government, right? It doesn't happen. This is a tactic according to them. I guess that's the case, but it's also, it's they're like, oh, it doesn't change. Sure, okay, but if we're talking about actual daily life of the party, because that's not a daily thing. Refusal to engage in electoral politics isn't a daily thing. I guess it kind of is in a certain sense, but not really, Question is, how do these organizations, these local organizations on the ground, behave in their daily activity? And how do they take action? Maybe they are just supposed to make decisions on their own, but without autonomy somehow. I'm not sure. And then they've got this entire section about the rank and file party of the party in the center taking on dialectical form. I agree with this, but I don't have any idea what the hell they're talking about with this section down here, justifying their conception of how this dialectical relationship occurs, because it doesn't follow. The party is exercising the class sectarianship inside of the state, and against those classes against which the state is taking action. There isn't a dictatorship of the center of the party over the rank and file. Basically, they're saying that, oh, hey, if the party is oppressing other classes, then that doesn't mean that's oppressing the proletariat. This isn't necessarily the case. As you can say with any bureaucratic system, for example, right? and then they say there isn't a dictatorship of the center over of the party over the rank and file. Such a dictatorship isn't negated by means of mechanical or even of a mechanical and formal internal democracy, but by respecting those dialectical links. I I don't think that, a dictatorship is stopped by respect for the people that, you're going in and having absolute power over. Um, I'm pretty profoundly confused here by what they're trying to say here. Anyway, continuing. All right, so tactics should be based in tradition, doctrine, programming, etc., and adhere to the decisions made at the International Congress, which produced the approved technology matrix for all militants. Examples of this unchanging tactical norm include absenteeism and support for national liberation movements. Um, for national liberation movements, including democratic ones. And they claim that this shows that tactics are not a rigid scheme that is applied universally everywhere at all times. They're instead based solely on the strength of the enemy forces changing in response to them. The program, again, I'm not going to be a dead horse. The program contains a clear, I've done that enough. The program contains a clear outline of future society structure as a negation of the present structure. So, in other words, it prefigures communist society and it describes the process by which this new condition is reached. Okay. All right, so we want to avoid bureaucracy. No structure should be assumed to be immune to corruption. That's really what this is saying. They're pushing the organic tract where it's like we're just going to build structures whenever we need it and get rid of it at any time that's no longer needed. And we're not actually going to have any official formalized systems or anything like that. Instead, people are just going to say no to organizations within the organization. Okay. Next up, we've got Chapter 3, Currents and Fractions. This is Part 3, of course. The left, therefore, views the appearance within the party of the scent and fractions as the symptom, as the outer manifestation of a sickness that has infected the party organ. Consequently, it is a matter not so much of finding the symptoms, but of finding the causes of the illness, which are always to be found in some wrongly conducted aspect of the party's collective work and its central functions. The party's activity is veering away from the historical line on which it is based. The organization's assimilation of the theoretical, programmatic, and tactical foundations is inadequate. Consequently, different evaluations and fractions may arise. That is the left's thesis. Or the party is going through a degenerative process caused by opportunism, and the formation of fractions is the party's organ's healthy reaction to a deviation. Diametrically opposed, as you know, to the thesis continually being rammed home by the current center, according to which is the fractions which bring opportunism into the party. The left's thesis leads to a practical conclusion. The formation of fractions should set off alarm bells. They indicate that something is not right in the general functioning of the party. That is necessary, therefore, to find out what it is in the way the party is working that has led to the appearance of fractions. Once the party's activity is set back on its classical foundations, fractions disappear and there's no further need for them. Here as well, the accent is placed on the correct method of acting in the theoretical, programmatic, and tactical spheres. On achieving clarification within the party by working on the substantive resolution, that is, within the theoretical, programmatic, and tactical spheres of the disagreements that crop up within the party. The present center's thesis lead to the opposite conclusion. It is the fractions which are the disease, and they are due to the opportunist and paid bourgeois virus trying to penetrate the party. It is consequently necessary to expel, destroy, and eradicate fractions. Once the instigators of the fractions have been expelled, party life returns to normal. I remember just a couple of days ago reading in this very piece, you calling anybody who thought to think as an individual within the party petty bourgeois and an opportunist, and said that anybody who disagrees with the center line should just leave the party. And that's what the center method of disciplining it's just kicking you out of the party. So, what is it? Which way, left communist? Which way? Continuing. It is consequently necessary to expel, destroy, and eradicate fractions. Once the instigators of the fractions have been expelled, party life returns to normal. The left, on the other hand, believes that opportunism penetrates the banner. Penetrates the banner. Penetrates the party under the banner of unity, of prostration before leaders, of discipline for discipline's sake. The center believes that opportunism penetrates the party under the banner of fractionism, or lack of discipline, etc. The left believes that it isn't the duty of the party to repress fractionism, but to prevent it through, quote, correct revolutionary politics, end quote. The center believes the main duty of the party should be repressing fractionism, discipline for discipline's sake, and absolute obedience to central hierarchies. The left believes the Communist Party could be underwritten with the slogan, against the causes that allow fractionism to appear. The center believes it should read, against fractionism. The left doesn't believe it is the infected leg infecting the entire organism, but the sickened organism infecting the leg. The center believes amputating the leg would restore the organism to health. The consequences of those opposed views are necessarily as follows. The left believes that disciplinary measures, organizational pressure, ideological terror, and repressive energy are not only not a remedy for fractionism, but are actually a symptom of latent opportunism. The center believes, on the contrary, that hunting down fractionism, forceful repressions, disciplinary measures, and mutual mistrust between comrades are indications of the party organ's vitality and power. The left believes that disciplinary measures should be resorted to less and less, finally arriving at a point where they have disappeared altogether. The center believes that such ignoble baggage should become part of the party's standard mode of functioning. The left believes the party is functioning when there is no need to adopt repressive measures. The center believes the party is functioning well to the extent it has the capacity to adopt measures of this type. Okay, this is a good section. For the most part. Again, there's all these things that are, at the very least, mutually they don't work together at all. Their previous statements just don't function with their later statements. And, maybe that's just a natural part of this wherein they're like going in and they're improving their previous conceptions and clarifying them, as they would call it, right? So it's like, okay, this applies everywhere except for here, right? Except for fractions. But I don't really think that's how that works. Anyway. I'll just get this entire section. The party's current center is therefore going down a path that diverges from that of the revolutionary Marxism of the left. Its behavior based on perpetual eradication of fractions is in fact, according to the left, a symptom of latent opportunism. That's unnecessary for our stuff, so instead we're just going to grab this. Okay. Alright, so factions and dissent are symptoms of improper general functioning of the party, not individuals. Opportunism tends to come into the party by demanding unity under disciplinary force out of fear of disunity, rather than seeking to cure the disease within the party. It seeks immediate resolution of issues through repression, rather than positive resolution of negative repression, rather than positive resolution of differences through discipline and harmonization. Discipline in the positive sense, mind. Such factions are prevented through correct revolutionary politics with the slogan, against the causes that allowed factionism to appear. Over time, with this, disciplinary measures should be necessary less and less until they disappear. The perfectly disciplined and centralized party is one which requires no disciplining by the center to carry out correct action. Okay. So now the quotations that evidence that they have always had this position. A6, theses on the PCDI on the tactics of the Communist International at the Fourth Congress in 1922. To the extent that the International applied such expedients, that is, adopts abnormal organizational norms that allow the Communist parties to fuse with different groups and thus formally admit fractions from the outset, manifestations of federalism and breakdowns in discipline were bound to occur. If the process were to be reversed or halted in an attempt to eliminate such abnormalities, or if the latter were to become the norm, there would be an extremely serious risk of relapse into opportunism. Declaration of the left in the organizational proposal set out on the Fourth Congress of the Communist International 1922. I must, however, emphasize that if we wish to achieve real centralization, that is a synthesis of the spontaneous forces of the vanguard of the revolutionary movement in the various countries, so we can eliminate the disciplinary crisis we see today, we have to centralize our organizational apparatus, sure, but at the same time we must consolidate our methods of struggle and define precisely everything which relates to the Communist International's program and tactics. We must be able to explain to every group and comrade who belongs to the Communist International exactly what is meant by the duty of unconditional obedience which they sign up to when they enter our ranks. 88. Communist Organization Discipline, 1924. Precisely because we are anti-democratic, we believe the minority may have views that correspond better to the interests of the revolutionary process than those in the majority. Certainly, this only happens in exceptional cases, and is extremely serious when such a disciplinary inversion occurs, as happened in the old International, and we sincerely hope it will not occur within our ranks again. But even if we omit to consider this extreme case, there are, however, other less critical situations when the contribution which groups make by calling on the leading center to refine or modify its instructions is useful, in fact, indispensable. 89. The left's motion at the Como National Conference of the PCDI 1924. 10. It is beyond dispute that in the International, functioning as World Communist Party, organic centralism and discipline must exclude fractions or groups from taking over the leadership of the national parties, as is happening now in all countries. The left of the PCDI believes this objective must be achieved as quickly as possible, but considers that will not be achieved with mechanical impositions and decisions, but rather by ensuring the correct historical development of the International Communist Party, which must run parallel with the clarification of political ideology, the unambiguous definition of tactics, and in conjunction with organizational consolidation. 90. The left's response to Zinoviev at the Fifth Congress of the Communist International in 1924. I said exactly the same thing in that article, namely, quote, the fact of the matter is that within the International, in all countries, there are fractions battling out congresses to conquer the leadership of their respective parties. We too are of the opinion that these fractions shouldn't exist if the International is to become a truly centralized world government party. But what is necessary to achieve this objective? Blaming particular individuals or enforcing discipline to a greater or lesser degree is not enough to get us there. What is needed, instead, is to carry out the task in the way we have suggested. That is, by impressing on the Communist International a unitary and consistent organizational line. If that happens, fractions will disappear. That does not follow, unless you are coming from the perspective that your line is the one correct line and any other line is necessarily incorrect, and therefore what you do with the fractions that emerge out of that, you kick them out. Which is what they've said in the past. So really all you're doing is replicating the exact same circumstances, unless you're going to take organizational actions to essentially support the development of this. Continuing, if this path isn't followed, but the opposite one is, Then the disappearance of the internal fractions will not be achieved, and the formation of internal fraction will have to be taken into account. Okay, 91. The International and Danger of Opportunism, 1925. Quote, we can't see any major drawbacks deriving from an excessive preoccupation with the danger of opportunism. Certainly, criticism and alarmism indulged as a sport is deplorable, but they could also be not actually an accurate reflection of, quote, something not working well, or an intuition of impending serious deviations, simply the product of the lucubrations of militants. That's lucubration. The archaic study, meditation. Are using archaic words. The study of militants. And certainly these can't do much serious harm to movement and easily be overcome. Meanwhile, it is extremely dangerous if, on the contrary, as has unfortunately happened in some occasions, the opportunist disease gets worse before anyone dares to energetically sound the alarm. Criticism, when errors aren't being made, is 1,000 times less harmful than no criticism when errors are being made. Okay, so they're not against criticism and self-criticism, at least in 1925. But they do say that needs to be, it does need to be done more correctly. Okay, we'll come back to this. 92. The Platform of the Left, 1925. The emergence and growth of fractions indicates the party itself is sick. It is a symptom of the vile functions of the party failing to correspond with its aims, and is combated by pinpointing and eliminating the illness, not by abusing disciplinary powers, or to resolve the matter in an inevitably formal and provisional way. 93. The Left's thesis at the Third Congress of the PCDI, Line Thesis, 1926. Part 2, 5. Another aspect of the watchword Bolshevization is entrusting the guarantee of the party's effectiveness to centralized discipline with a strict prohibition of fractionism. The final court of appeal for all controversial questions is the International Central Organ, with hegemony being attributed, if not hierarchically, at least politically, to the Russian Communist Party. Such a guarantee doesn't actually exist, and the whole approach to the problem is inadequate. The fact of the matter is that the spread of fractionism within the International hasn't been avoided, but has been encouraged to instead to assume masked and hypocritical forms. Besides which, from a historical point of view, the overcoming of fractions in the Russian party wasn't an expedient or magical recipe applied on statutory grounds, but was the outcome and expression of a sound approach to questions of doctrine and political action. The disciplinary sanction is an element that can guarantee against degenerations, but only on condition that its application is restricted to exceptional cases, and doesn't become the general rule, or perhaps even the ideal, of how the party should function. The Communist parties must accomplish an organic centralism, which, whilst including as much consultation with the base as possible, ensures the spontaneous elimination of any grouping which starts to differentiate itself. This cannot be achieved by means of the formal and mechanical prescriptions of a hierarchy, but, as Lenin says, by means of correct revolutionary politics. The repression of fractionism isn't a fundamental aspect of party evolution, but the preventing of it is. Since it is fruitless and absurd, not to say extremely dangerous, to claim that the party and International are somehow mysteriously insured against a relapse or tendency to relapse into opportunism, which could just as well depend on changing circumstances or on the playing out of residual social democratic traditions, then we must admit that every difference of opinion not reducible to cases of consciousness or personal defeatism could well develop a useful function in the resolution of our problems and serve to protect the party and the proletariat in general from the risk of serious danger. If these dangers accentuate, then differentiation will inevitably, but usefully, take on the fractionist form, and this could lead to schisms, not, however, for the childish reason of the lack of repressive energy on the part of the leaders, but only in the awful hypothesis that the party fails and becomes subject to counter-revolutionary influences. Historically, the peril of bourgeois influence on the class party doesn't appear as the organization of fractions, but rather as a shrewd penetration which stokes up unitary demagoguery and operates as a dictatorship from above, immobilizing initiative by the proletarian vanguard. The identification and elimination of such a defeatist factor is achieved not by posing the issue of discipline against fractionist initiatives, but rather by managing to orientate the party and proletariat against such insidious danger. It takes on the aspect of not just a doctrinal revision, but of an express proposal for an important political mover with anti-classist consequences. I already have this in the text. We've read this before. Okay. 94. Speech by the left's representative at the Fourth Enlarged Executive Committee of the Communist International, 1926. But when differences of opinion do arise, this means that errors of party policy have occurred, that the party does not have the capacity to successfully fight those deviationist tendencies which, at given moments, tend to appear in the working class movement. When cases of non-observance of discipline arise, they are symptomatic of the fact that the party has still not achieved this capacity. Discipline, then, is a point of arrival, not a point of departure, not a platform that is somehow indestructible. Moreover, this corresponds to the voluntary nature of entry into our organization. So the remedy for the frequent cases of lack of discipline cannot be sought in some kind of party penal code. And I will now come on to fractions. I take the view that to raise the problem of fractions as a moral problem from the point of view of a penal code is not the correct line of action. Is there an example in history of a comrade forming a fraction for his own amusement? Such a thing has never happened. Is there a historical example of opportunism insinuating itself into the party through fraction, of the organization of fractions serving as a basis for the defeatist mobilization of the working class and the Revolutionary Party being saved, thanks to the intervention of the fraction killers? No. Experience has shown that opportunism always infiltrates our ranks through the guise of unity. It is in its interest to influence the largest possible mass, and it is therefore behind a screen of unity that puts forward its most deceitful proposals. Moreover, the history of fractions goes to show that fractions do no honor to parties in which they have been formed. They do honor to those who formed them. The history of fractions is the history of Lenin, is the history not of attacks against the existence of parties, but their crystallization and their defense against opportunist influences. The birth of a fraction shows that something has gone wrong in the party. To remedy the ill, it is necessary to seek out the historical causes which gave rise to it, that gave rise to the fraction and that prompted it to shape. The causes lie in the ideological and political errors of the party. The fractions are not the sickness, but merely the symptom. And if you want to treat a sick organism, you have to try to discover the causes of the sickness, not combat the symptoms. To note, you do want to combat the symptoms at the same time that you combat the sickness. Continuing. Besides, in the majority of the cases, what one was faced with was groups of comrades who were not in fact making an attempt to create an organization or anything of the kind, but rather seeking to express currents of opinion and tendencies within the normal, regular, and collective activity of the party. I feel like I remember we have this in here, but maybe not. If not, now I'd like to add it. It's a good section. Barring that one little gripe I had with the ignoring of the necessity of actually dealing with dangerous symptoms of sickness within an organism. Yes, it's important, there's a reason why you have a fever when you're sick, because your body is trying to burn out the or rather create conditions wherein whatever disease you have can't reproduce properly, right? But especially now with medicine and stuff, it's usually better to actually combat the symptoms themselves. So we've already got this second part and this first part. So we're not going to record that. There. Okay, continuing. Force, Violence, Dictatorship, and the Class Struggle, 1948. Part 5. When such a crisis occurs, precisely because the party is not a short-term reactive organization, internal struggle ensues, tendencies form, splits occur. In such cases, these serve a useful purpose, like the fever, which frees an organism of disease, but which nevertheless constitutionally, quote-unquote, one cannot admit, encourage, or tolerate. So to prevent the party from succumbing to a crisis of opportunism or having to necessarily react against it by forming factions, there's no simple rules or recipes. There's, however, the experience of many decades of proletarian struggle which have allowed us to identify certain conditions for preventing it, and the study, defense, and realization of these conditions must be an unremitting duty of our movement. So yeah, everything that I just said earlier, it's like we utilize doctoral science to deal with it. The fever can be useful, but ideally you're also supplementing it and dealing with the symptoms at the same time, so that it doesn't harm the organism more. 96. Dialogue with the Dead, 1956. 76. The class has a guide in history, inasmuch as the material factors that set in motion are crystallized in the party. Insofar as the latter possesses a comprehensive and continuous theory, and an organization in its turn both universal and continuous, which doesn't break apart and reform at every turn with mergers and splits. Although these are feverish reactions of such an organism when experiencing a pathological crisis. 97. Theses on the Historical Duty, Action, and Structure of the World Communist Party, Theses of Naples, 1965. Part 10. Nevertheless, dozens of examples from previously cited texts evidence that the left in its underlying thinking has always rejected elections and voting for named comrades or for general theses as a means of determining choices, and believe that the road to the suppression of these means leads likewise to the abolition of another, and that's the aspect of politicians' democratism, that is, expulsions, removals, and dissolutions of local groups. This does not follow. On many occasions, because, there's all sorts of other methods of expulsions, removals, and dissolutions of local groups that have nothing to do with elections or voting for named comrades. I'm not sure what they mean by general theses. Anyway, on many occasions we have openly argued that such disciplinary procedures should be used less and less until they finally disappear altogether. If the opposite should occur, or worse still, if these disciplinary questions are wheeled out not to safeguard sound, revolutionary principles, but rather to protect the conscious or unconscious positions of nascent opportunism, as happened in 1924, 25, and 26, this just means that the central function has been carried out in the wrong way, which determined its loss in any influence on the base, from a disciplinary point of view, and the more that is the case, the more is phony disciplinary rigor shamelessly praised. 11. It has always been a firm and consistent position of the left that disciplinary crises multiply and become the rule. It signifies that something in the general running of the party is not right, and the problem merits study. Naturally, we won't repudiate ourselves by committing the infantile mistake of seeking salvation in a search for better people or in the choice of leaders and semi-leaders, all of which we hold to be part and parcel of the opportunist phenomena, historical antagonists to the forward march of revolutionary Marxism. What they mean here is essentially searching for better people means kicking out your current members who are doing the fractions. And choice of leaders and semi-leaders, they mean essentially elections. Or seeking a leader to create unity. Okay. So we're going to do a quick summarization of these points. So criticism and alarmism are necessary but should never become a sport. However, we need at all times to be ready to sound the alarm at the development of fraction. The boy who cried wolf should not be applied. Basically, criticize all the time, but basically, no, this is incorrect. This is an incorrect way. This is not only unfair of me, but also not correct. So let's see. Okay, so yeah, the option to criticize must always be available at all times without suppression. The price of failure to criticize is so high. Basically they're like, hey, you don't need to criticize every single freaking thing. Um, and it should never become a sport. But you shouldn't be, like, you shouldn't hold back on criticism. You shouldn't fear to engage in it. And there can't be anything that will create such a fear, like disciplinary measures, of course. Okay. So yeah, individuals do not form factions out of amusement or as bad actors, as it is difficult and thankless and potentially dangerous. Any bad actor will apply careerist activity, not factionalism. Uh, Carrying the banner of unity through suppression of factions, not factionalism itself. Okay. All right, so the party, despite expecting and not punishing factions, does not admit, encourage, or tolerate them. The party treats both the disease and the symptoms using historical experience as a doctor uses science. The party focuses on prevention, study, defense, and the realization of proper environment and homeostasis, which will result in a well-functioning organism. Chapter 4: Ideological Terror and Organizational Pressure. The left's view, the result among other things of the blood-stained balance sheet of the Stalinian counter-revolution, is this. Since organizational discipline is dependent on the collective organization's mastery of its tactical, programmatic, and theoretical positions, which is not achieved once and for all, but must involve the party in a continuous daily work of defending, clarifying, explaining, and, quote, fine-tuning these cardinal principles, since the appearance of the party of disagreements, acts of insubordination, and factional phenomena is just a symptom of this work not being carried out correctly, and is thus a healthy reaction to an inadequate and incorrect approach, then clearly the need for disciplinary pressure will tend to disappear to the extent that the party is in sound health and its struggle is supported on its classical foundations. Clearly, these organizational methods are bound to become rare exceptions and eventually disappear. Clearly, they resolve nothing and guarantee nothing. Likewise, it is clear that when such methods become the norm, and almost a preferred mode of internal party functioning, then the party itself no longer guarantees against anything, and consequently really does, precisely then, find itself exposed to opportunist deviations. Now, on this basis, the left places another link in our unalterable chain in its correct position: the role of party members, leaders, and hierarchies. The latter are bound to exist as technical instruments to coordinate and direct the party's work as a whole, but their existence does not guarantee the party against errors and deviations. Consequently, when mistakes and deviations occur, they won't be resolved by judging what people have done, by selecting better people, or by swapping one set of people for another set of people. The solution lies in the collective organ of the party making an honest, rational attempt to reconnect with the historical line which the mistake or deviation caused to be broken. Again, they want to avoid ever talking about, organizational structure. But that's what they're saying. They're saying, oh, the historical line. Well, the historical line is fundamentally the organizational structure once you get down to it. And also, sometimes it is, just a bad person in the wrong position. That happens all the time. And sometimes it has nothing to do with the position itself. Again, I talk about firefighters. You can say all you want. Oh, hey, these firefighters, they've not done anything in 2 or 3 years. We should just get rid of them, or something along those lines. and then you get rid of them. But then the fire starts, and you're like, "Where are our firefighters?" I guess we have to make them on the ground, and then that doesn't work because you don't have a bunch of people who are trained firefighters who are operating a well organized structure who know how to respond when the fire breaks out and do so in the most speedy and effective manner possible. Um, and you can have a very poorly organized firefighter thing where you can have the best men possible and they will be unable to do what they need to do because maybe it's too bureaucratic, maybe it's too maybe their actual structure is crap so they don't do enough training, or maybe they could have terrible men but the perfect structure, and they just don't follow the structure. That's entirely possible too. These things all happen. You need all three all the time. You need all three. Continuing. The left considers, therefore, the personification of mistakes, the selection of more suitable men, and the swapping of one person for another, insofar as they attempt to resolve mistakes and deviations, as a symptom of a distorted view of the dynamics of the life of the party organ. The left points to the fact that the other phenomena inevitably accompany this wrong method, which unfortunately we are presently, 1973, encountering in our own organization, namely careerism, bureaucratism, and the kind of blind official optimism which, whilst maintaining everything is fine, arrogantly consider any doubter as a nuisance to be got rid of as quickly as possible. And finally, the superimposing over a passive and terrorized rank and file a body of functionaries selected solely for their blind faith in the party's center. Um, so again, I don't see how this is particularly against their claims that they're against the creation of the perfect model organization, because that's effectively what they're saying. They're saying, the problem is, the the party is not properly fitting to the historical party as its organizational structure. Again, they don't want to say it, but that's what they're saying. Um, so that's the source of these errors and deviations. Um, but you know, the historical party is a model party. It's a in your head model that you're looking at and comparing your formal existing party to and saying, I want mine to look like this. Why doesn't it look like this? um Anyway, faction hunters and faction eliminators rampaging through the organization, spying on each other, systematic lack of trust between comrades, resorting to internal diplomacy. All of these phenomena, which have already appeared within our organization, are just the inevitable corollary of having turned the concept of the party and its correct functioning on its head. The left doesn't view the party as a colony of human microbes. The left believes the party should apply an organic, functional approach of allocating the various technical roles to its members, including that of the central role of leadership, which, whether it is one person or more than one person, cannot be expected to provide an absolute guarantee that the party will remain on the correct path. Once again, we will let our uncorrupted party tradition speak for itself. This is their historical party stuff that's in their head. All right, so we'll add this. I don't know if I'm. Well, we'll add it and I'll summarize it, but not now. Okay, so we're back. I put in. We're not going to summarize it just yet, but now we've got their quotations, which are with the intent to, give greater context for their reasons, along with give evidence that they have always had this position. Therefore, it's the correct one. Which isn't necessarily right. But I digress. Let's continue. 98. The International and the Danger of Opportunism, 1925. In the way of thinking that is gaining ground amongst the leading elements of our movement, we begin to see a clear risk of defeatism and latent pessimism. Instead of manfully facing up to the various difficulties which confront communist action at this time, of courageously discussing the various dangers and using the vile reasoning of our doctrine and our method to tackle these problems, they take refuge instead in an inviolable system. Their greatest pleasure is to discover, with ample use of he badmouthed Garibaldi type accusations, with investigations into alleged ideas, and not yet to express personal intentions that Tom, Dick, and Harry have not followed the recipes in the official rulebook, so they can then scream, they are against the International, they are against Leninism. Such would be the real worst liquidationism of the party and of the International, accompanied by the characteristic, well-known phenomena of bureaucratic philistinism. The symptom of it is blind official optimism. Everything is fine, and anyone who allows themselves to doubt it is just a nuisance, who should just be gotten rid of as soon as possible. We oppose this bad practice precisely because, having remained faithful to the communist cause and to the International, we don't believe that the latter should lower itself to squandering its patrimony of power and political influence in such a vulgar fashion. But let's go into this matter of Bolshevization a bit more, and be more specific about what we openly held suspicious, what our openly held suspicions are. It is because in practice it takes the form of a cellular form of organization, over which towers an omnipotent network of officials, selected according to the criterion of blind deference to an official quote-unquote Leninist rulebook, who use a tactical and political method of working which is mistakenly believed will achieve the best response to the highly erratic orders issued by the executive, who've adopted a historical approach to world communist action which the last word always has to be sought in precedent set by the Russia Party, interpreted by a privileged group of comrades. All right. 99, the platform of the left, 1925. Likewise, we pose the question of discipline as a channeling and utilization of the party's growing membership, which the organizational system must be capable of harmonizing. In that sense, new experiences become the patrimony of the party, which interprets and assimilates them. They don't become the discovery of new functionaries to impose them on a passive party, on the basis of interpretations which are mostly plain wrong. Disciplinary sanctions thus become repressions of sporadic cases and not general constrictions imposed on the whole of the party. They should constitute rather a kind of bulwark against individual aberrant manifestations. Now, I want to note that this is in 1925. Later, they seem to have taken the position wherein they can do no discipline other than kicking the person out of the party, and they can't have any form of structural disciplinary system, like the organization structured in such a way that it leads to discipline. Rather, it has to be done in the everyday work, heedless of the fact, of course, that the daily work that can be done is at the whim and mercy of the organizational structure. The organizational structure does not support daily work, then that daily work will not be done. Continuing. The left's theses at the Third Congress of the PCDI line theses, 1926. Part 2. Disciplinary sanctions are one of the elements that prevent degeneration, but on the understanding that they are only applied in exceptional cases and do not become the norm and become almost the ideal of how the party should function. Basically, they're railing against criticism and self-criticism. That's really what they're doing. But it's not just criticism and self-criticism. There's a lot of bureaucratic bullshit that was happening. People kicked out of the party or attacked in other ways for having what is perceived the wrong line. The disagreements on this server, are nothing compared to some of the shit that happens in some of these really, really active communist parties that are undergoing tremendous amounts of activity and thereby pressures, internal and external. And some of these are brutal. CCK Philosophy's most recent video on what is that? There it is. The left-wing urban guerrillas, a decade of left-wing terrorism. This is a very good study of the kinds of stuff that go on here, but you can also look at the struggle sessions and the Cultural Revolution and other things along those lines. Okay, continuing. Disciplinary sanctions are one of the elements. The repression of factionalism isn't a fundamental aspect of the evolution of the party, though preventing it is. The consequence of this method is damaging both to the party and to the proletariat and delays the attainment of the true Communist Party. This method, applied in several sections of the International, is in itself a serious indication of a latent opportunism. Alright. Speech by the left's representative at the 6th Enlarged Executive Committee of the Communist International 1926, from the Introduction Il Programma Comunista No. 17, 1965. We have selected the passages which refer to the tactical errors and the defeat in Germany and the famous high-pressure disciplinary campaign known as Bolshevization, which claimed to outlaw factionalism. Text. When we were faced with the mistakes to which this tactic had led, above all when in the October 1923 defeat in Germany occurred, the International recognized it had been wrong. It wasn't just a case of a minor mishap. It was a case of an error that we would have to pay for, having already acquired the first country for the proletarian revolution with the hope of conquering another great country, something which, from the perspective of the world revolution, would have been of enormous importance. It would have been the winning condition, ultimately. I'm just going to put that out. If Germany had gone communist, if Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg had succeeded, we would almost certainly be living in world, at least lower phase communism right now. Continuing. Unfortunately, all the International has to say about it was not a question of radically revising the decisions of the Fourth World Congress. It is merely necessary to remove certain comrades who misapplied the United Front tactic. It is necessary to seek out those responsible, and they would be found on the right wing of the German party, as no one was willing to acknowledge that the International as a whole bore the responsibility. However, if we are opposed to the decisions of the Fifth Congress, it is above all because they didn't address and resolve the major errors, and because, in our view, it was not right to let the question to individuals being put on trial when what is necessary is a change in the International itself. But they didn't want to take this robust and courageous path. We have frequently criticized the fact amongst ourselves, in the milieu within which we work, a parliamentarist and diplomatist state of mind is encouraged. The theses are very left-wing, the speeches are very left-wing, and even those against whom they are directly vote for them, because they believe that that way they can immunize themselves. I shall now move on to another aspect of Bolshevization, that of the internal regime which holds sway inside the party and the Communist International. Here, a new discovery has been made. What all of our sections lack is the iron discipline of the Bolsheviks, as exemplified by the Russian party. An absolute ban on factions is proclaimed, and it is decreed that all party members must participate in the common task, whatever their opinions may be. In this field, too, I think the question of Bolshevization has been posed in a very demagogic way. A regime of terror has recently established itself in our parties, a kind of sport which consists in intervening, punishing, and annihilating, and all conducted with great gusto as if it were precisely the ideal of party life. They're talking about criticism and self-criticism. The heroes of these brilliant operations may seem convinced that they themselves constitute a proof of revolutionary capacity and energy. I, on the contrary, maintain that real revolutionaries, the best revolutionaries, are, in general, those comrades who are the victim of these extraordinary measures and who patiently put up with them so as to not destroy the party. I consider that this squandering of energy, this sport, this struggle within the party has nothing to do with the revolutionary work we should be carrying out. The day will come when we shall strike down and destroy capitalism. It is in on that terrain that the party will give evidence of its revolutionary power. We do not want anarchy in the party. Excuse me. But neither do we want a regime of continuous reprisals, which is the very negation of party unity and cohesion. At present, the official point of view is as follows. The present leadership is eternal. It can do as it likes because whenever it takes measures against those who speak against it, whenever it annihilates intrigue and opposition, it is always right. But there is no merit in repressing revolts because they shouldn't have happened in the first place. Party unity is evidenced by what it achieves, not by a regime of threats and terror. Clearly, we do need sanctions in our statutes. but they should only be applied in exceptional circumstances and not become the normal and general procedure inside the party. When there are elements who flagrantly abandon the common path, then clearly action must be taken against them. But when in an organization recourse to a code of sanctions becomes the rule, it means that the organization is not exactly perfect. Sanctions should be used in exceptional cases and not become the rule, a kind of sport, the ideal of the party leadership. This is what has to change if we want to form a solid bloc in the true sense of the word. Before talking about fractions that need to be crushed, one should be at least able to prove that they are in contact with the bourgeoisie or linked in to bourgeois circles or milieus, or based on personal relationships with them. If such an analysis is not possible, then we need to find the historical reasons for the birth of the fraction rather than condemning a priori. The resort to faction hunting, muckraking campaigns, police surveillance, and the sowing of mistrust between comrades. I do want to note that Rosa Luxemburg once called the cops on one of her competitors, which was wow. um, uh, Continuing. A method which in fact constitutes a worse factionalism developing the higher echelons of the party has only made our movement situation worse and pushed all considered objective criticism towards the path of factionalism. Such methods cannot ensure party unity. They paralyze and render it impotent instead. A radical transformation of our methods of work is absolutely indispensable. If that does not happen, the consequences will be extremely serious. All right, we're going to take this. It's something that's new for us from this stuff, but I think that this is well said if we don't already have it. Okay. Continuing. 102. Theses on the historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party. The Theses of Naples, 1965. Part 3. At the Fourth Congress of the Third International, the left denounced the United Front between communist and socialist parties and a watchword of the workers' government. The left thirdly denounced, and even more rigorously in the years that followed, the rising opportunist danger. This third issue concerns the International's method of internal work, with the center, representing Moscow's executive, using against parties, or sections of parties falling into political errors, methods involving not only ideological terror, but above all, organizational pressure, which constitutes a wrong application and eventual total falsification of the correct principles of centralization and discipline without exception. This method of working was everywhere exacerbated, but particularly in Italy in the years after 1923, where the left, with the whole party behind it, displayed exemplary discipline by handing the leadership over to the rightist and centrist comrades appointed by Moscow. When there is much abuse of the specter of fractionism, and a constant threat of expelling from the party a current cunningly accused of preparing a split, with the sole aim of ensuring that dangerous centrist errors could predominate in party policy. This third vital point, was thoroughly discussed in international congresses and Italy, and is no less important than the condemnation of opportunist tactics and of federalist-type organizational formulae. And then part 4. Along with the awkward influence of money, which will disappear in communist society, but only after a long chain of events in which the achievement of the communist dictatorship is but the first step, was added the wielding of an instrument of maneuver, which we openly declare to be worthy of parliaments and bourgeois diplomacy, or extremely bourgeois League of Nations, that is, the encouragement or inculcation, according to the circumstances, of careerism and vain ambition among the swarming ranks of paid government officials, so that each of them would be faced with an inexorable choice between immediate and comfortable notoriety, after prostrate acceptance of the theses of the omnipotent central leadership, or else permanent obscurity and possible poverty if he wished to defend the correct revolutionary theses which the central leadership has deviated from. They're talking about professional revolutionaries who are on the party's payroll. And they're talking about the careerism that this has created because essentially, these people who are on the parties for payroll as professional full-time revolutionaries find themselves having to parrot incorrect stances in order to get their pay. Now, really, I want to say here, there are all sorts of positions within both government and within businesses, risk management, in a heavily uh, market focused company, or market stuff within a heavily risk managed company. Uh, and these things come and go over time with the boom and bust cycle. When things get hot, you know, the company tends to tell its risk managers to take a seat because they want to make money. But when things go belly up because, you know, risk is being told to take a seat, then you know, risk management suddenly becomes the big guys again, right? Now, in a properly functioning company, this isn't a problem. Both are given equal due according to the circumstances that are at hand, and things are in flux according to whatever's necessary at any given time. That's what they would probably refer to as organic in this. Um, if your professional revolutionaries are worried about being fired because they have correct revolutionary theses, which the central leadership has deviated from, then that's a major problem. But that's not, you know, that's not a problem in all these sorts of organizations, right? Nor is it necessarily a problem with having people on a paid basis at all. Really, that is an organizational problem and an ethos problem that needs to be addressed. Okay, continuing. Today, given the historical evidence, it is beyond dispute that the international and national central leaderships really were on the path of deviation and betrayal. According to the left's unchanging theory, this is a condition that must deprive them of any right to obtain, in the name of hypocritical discipline, and unquestioning obedience from party members. Okay. So, yeah, nothing particularly new here. It's just saying that the left, the rank and file, need to be capable of questioning the center's orders, and that means that there can be no disciplining of them if they don't follow the orders, right? If orders aren't followed, then the center needs to find out what orders will be followed. You know, this is a common question in the military. I don't want to read military theory. I might ask somebody else if I can find anybody else who is well read in actual military theory, principally in strategy and small unit tactics, because I think that's really where this is going towards. Essentially, how this works. Um, I don't know. We'll see. But they do make a distinction, right? Because they do specify that when, you know, when conditions create the necessity for it, they will swap over to a military hierarchy. They've got a hierarchy, but they'll swap over to a military hierarchy with discipline from the center, under conditions of, you know, the actual act of carrying out military action. Um, and so the party needs to be capable of swapping over to at any given time. Okay, continuing. The introduction to the speech of the left's representative at the Fifth Congress of the Communist International 1965. The Italian left's position was that we shouldn't be hitting out at individuals, but rather at a false tactical method, denounced by us at the Fourth Congress of 1922, for which the entire International was responsible. 104. Introduction to Force, Violence, and Dictatorship in the Class Struggle, 1966. The passages quoted here appear in the concluding part and make points crystal clear. That democratic control from below cures nothing and is a classic device of opportunism. whereas the cold and cynical application of disciplinary pressure from above must likewise, with its equally inauspicious history, be eradicated from our party's methodology and internal life. Again, I don't know what they mean here. They could mean like electoralism, which is what they tend to mean when they talk about Democrat. They tend to mean like the counting of heads for 50% plus one. In which case I agree, but it could also mean any sort of consultation of the rank and file. You know, they're never particularly clear about that, and I profoundly disagree with the latter. I think that you should always be consulting your rank and file, and that's the only way that you're going to make consistent and effective decisions. Okay, supplementary theses on the historical task, the action, and the structure of the World Communist Party, the Milan Thesis 1966. Another lesson we can draw from the events in the life of the Third International, in our writings, these are repeatedly recalled in contemporary denunciations by the left, is that of the vanity of ideological terror, a horrible method in which it was attempted to substitute the natural process of diffusing our doctrines by contact with harsh reality in a social setting with forced indoctrination of recalcitrants and confused elements, either for reasons more powerful than party and men due to faulty evolution of the party itself, by humiliating them and mortifying them in public congresses open even to the enemy, even if they had been leaders and exponents of party action during important political and historical episodes. And I again reference Hosha's document that we read before about criticism and self-criticism, when he is specifically saying to criticize at any time, especially your leaders, especially when they are taking leadership action. It's like, how do you expect to get anything done in these circumstances? Continuing. The reasonings are sound. He's like, hey, we want to deal with these servile beliefs, the personality cults, and so on and so forth. But that's not how you want to do it, because ultimately that can only ever lead to bureaucracy, right? Because if what people are meeting for cannot be done because some system is making it so they can't do it, then people will make systems to stop that system from going through so that they can actually do the thing that they're there for. And then you gotta make systems to deal with that system, and then that system needs systems to deal with that system in turn. And it just expands. Okay, continue. It became customary to compel such members, mostly with the threat of demotion to less important positions in the organization's apparatus, to publicly confess their errors, thus imitating the fideistic and pietistic methods of penance and mea culpa. Basically self-flagellation, right? Where you go in, or more specifically, the religious confessions to the Catholic priest in the confessions booth. By such totally Philistine means as these, smacking of bourgeois morality, not a single party member ever improved, nor was a cure found for the party's impending decadence. Within the Revolutionary Party, it moves inexorably towards victory. Obeying orders is spontaneous and complete, but not blind or compulsory. In fact, centralized discipline, as illustrated in our thesis and associated supporting documentation, is equivalent to perfect harmony of the duties and actions of the rank and file with those of the center, and the bureaucratic practices of an anti-Marxist voluntarism are no substitute for this. The growing abuse of such methods just marks the disastrous, triumphal path of the latest wave of opportunism. All right, next up. Introduction to the Theses of the PCDI on Tactics of the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, 1970. Secondly, and for the same reasons, the left warned that we needed to get off this torturous path soon, or we'd inevitably be swept down the slippery slope. One expedient would lead to another, maybe contradicting the first. then the responsibility, and finally the blame for the failure of the first expedient would be sought not in its inherent divergence from the final aim, but, but in its mishandling by individuals or groups, frantically running around trying to remedy the situation with brusque turns and twists and turns and impromptu crucifixions of leaders, deputy leaders, and followers. And thus it would undermine the very basis of that essential, not merely formal, international discipline that we quite rightly wanted to install. The alarm about a possible relapse into opportunism, that which the left would sound with ever greater insistence from 1922 onward, relayed to this. This, for us, particularly young militants, is another lesson of primary importance. A phenomena which was not subjective, but objective, and for which not even the Bolsheviks were to blame, because the rise of opportunism cannot be explained as merely due to Tom, Dick, or Harry's mistakes. What's it with their Tom, Dick, or Harry? But rather through understanding that they act in the way the past would have taken them impels them to act. We didn't want anyone's head, even when they wanted and got ours. We did everything we could to ensure that Brain and Brawn could get back to working on the one track we never expected would or should ever be put into question. We have no wish to lower ourselves, and can credit ourselves with that not having lowered ourselves into the infernal cycle of pitting one person against another, into which Trotsky allowed himself to be swept up after 1927 by his more than legitimate disdain for the Stalinist demon. Let us offend Marxism, which is no one's intellectual property. Let us condemn a deviation and its ineluctable consequences. Not the man in the pillory, put there for the dubious satisfaction of the judge and the morbid pleasure of the crowd. It is an old corollary of guarantees that when they unfortunately have to be applied, the question arises, quote, who will guarantee the guarantors? End quote. Either the leadership and the base are linked by a higher common tie, and this has to be the program, invariant and binding on all, or there must arise a judicial apparatus of lower, middle, and higher courts, along with a gaggle of lawyers, public prosecutors, and, of course, professors of constitutional law. And this apparatus is no metaphysical entity. It is the superstructure of the organization that theoretically ought to examine and send judgment, judge and defendant in one person. So nothing remains but to subject it as well to the supreme authority, but not the good God, who at least at present is debarred, but the policeman and the questor, and finally the marcialo as questor. Oh, chief constable, and then marshal or warrant officer. All right. So, I do want to say this real quick here. They're right, but I don't think that they're, this is essentially the question between common law and no, no, it's not. The program invariant and binding and all will still need all this, right? Be, I don't understand how this is a one or other thing, because essentially you need to know whether and maybe they're confused because they think that what isn't really happening is people are looking at this thing and then they're kind of doing what the Supreme Court does, right? You've got your unchanging constitution, effectively unchanging constitution, and then you're just interpreting it a billion different ways. Because that's really what they're saying, isn't it? But this constant process of interpretation, even if everybody is involved in it and they can't actually make any changes to it or anything along those lines, and they have to base it on historical theory and justify it, I just don't see how this really gets away from all this. It's just they're called different things, right? Instead of your lawyers, you've got your rank and file, and instead of your public prosecutors, you've got your various people who are particularly interested in seeing this thing carried out. And then you've got your professors of constitutional law, but they're just called, um, the center, right? I mean, I don't think I'm wrong about this, but I can understand why they would make this confusion, but I really think that they have kind of just fallen into that same trap. But to their credit, they have rejected the policeman. They've rejected the actual carrying out of some way of forcing through this particular conception. Okay, continuing. Introduction to the Left Theses at the Third Congress of the PCDI, the Lying Theses, 1970. The Fifth Congress of the Communist International, taking place between 17th June and 8th July in 1924, on the one hand, reflected the profound confusion of the various parties after 2 disastrous years of abrupt tactical about turns and ambiguous edicts. On the other, reaffirmed the practice of crucifying the leaders of the national sections on the altar of the executive's infallibility. Once again, the left raised its lone voice, firmly but calmly shunning local and personal fripperies. If it had ever been in the habit of congratulating itself on the correctness of its predictions, the proletarian blood spilled in vain being the terrible proof of it, or of calling on the heads of guilty and corrupt leaders to roll to make way for more innocent and incorruptible heads, then this was the moment. But that wasn't what the left asked for or what it wanted. What it asked for and wanted was for the scalpel to be courageously applied to surgically remove those deviations from principle of which those errors were the inevitable product and the heads merely a chance expression. Now that the whole series of okay, well, I suppose the question here would be whether or not they would remove these people from position after making changes to the deviations from principle, right? Anyway, now that a whole series of tactical innovations is being reeled off and breathing life into the centrifugal currents which lay dormant within every party, and a string of sudden changes generating confusion, disillusionment amongst even the most hardened militants. The question of discipline was inevitably posed not as the natural and organic product of a prior theoretical homogeneity and healthy convergence of practical action, but as a sick reflection on the operational discontinuity and the lack of doctrinal harmony. To the same degree that errors, deviations, and capitulations are identified, and attempts made to remedy them by rearranging central committees and executives, the iron fist was also applied and idealized as the standard method within the Comintern and its sections, and used as a highly effective antidote not against adversaries and false friends, but against fellow comrades. The error of the infernal merry-go-round of trials against ourselves had begun, which the left would describe at the sixth large executive as the sport of humiliation and ideological terrorism, often indicated by humiliated ex-opponents. And you don't get trials without jailers. Discipline towards the program in its original, clear, and precise form was no longer observed. It was said that any confusion arising from this lack of discipline could be prevented by recreating genuine Bolshevik parties in vitro. And we all know how these caricatures of Lenin's party turned out under Stalin's heel. We extended the question to include a much wider and more general problem in which in 1925 to 26 incorporated all the questions destined to consume the Russian party in its internal struggle. We denounced, before it was too late, the frantic and manic struggle against factionalism, the witch hunt that would celebrate its Saturnalias during the ignoble campaign against the Russian left in 1926 to 28. Basically, this was the Great Purge, and it wasn't just against the left, it was against the right as well. That would include Bukharin, for instance, and the left would include Trotsky, among many others. A witch hunt which has been shunned by the Bolshevik Party in its glorious heyday, even against the open enemy, destroyed if necessary, but not subjected to a cowardly act of mudslinging, and which, spreading beyond the borders of the Russian state, would produce first the obscene figure of the public prosecutor, then the professional informer. Uh, Probably they're talking about the NKVD there, and finally the executioner. And I've held the position for basically ever that any sort of secret police, doesn't matter the circumstances, is necessarily completely poisonous to socialist development. It's just terrible. No no dictatorship of the proletariat at any point should have any sort of military apparatus as separate from the people. Never. This is a key part of Marx. If you actually go in and look into civil war in France, Marx explains precisely what is necessary for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and this is one of the things: that the police themselves are abolished, and that there becomes effectively a people's militia, or as Mao went in for it, a People's Liberation Army, which I'm in support of, to that note. And then Mao, abolished it, insofar as Mao abolished anything, at least the public part of it, right? You know, with the Red Guards and all that absolute nastiness at the end of the Cultural Revolution. Continuing. Quote, and if, despite everything, an internal crisis does occur, end quote, we declare that the fourth enlarged executive, quote, its causes and means secure must be sought elsewhere, that is, in the work and politics of the party, end quote. But in the eyes of an international, whose congresses would eventually end up as shabby courtrooms, where parties, groups, and individuals were called to account for the tragic setbacks in Europe and the world, was now explained as a product of unfavorable circumstances, of adverse situations. Okay, so let's go up and summarize these quotations that we've taken out here, and then we will continue with the next chapter. All right, so we should avoid any sort of blind optimism within the party, or defeatism, of course. I want to put that as a side. The party needs to not focus on individuals. Any mistakes that they make in any position were fundamentally on account of the organizational structure and life of the party allowing mistakes to be made. Therefore, our party's life activity needs to be such as in tune with the center and the real conditions. And no matter any individual's stance, no matter their position, it needs to be able to only carry out the correct action. So, to be clear, I will take back a little bit of what I said earlier. They're not calling solely for the change of the organizational structure. What they're saying is our actions, our daily activity needs to be embedded within the tradition of our party and so on and so forth, with the correct tactics, with the correct program, with the correct, et cetera, all that sort of stuff. And, therefore it shouldn't matter what some individual says. Everybody would know to ignore them if they said the wrong thing, and they would just do the right thing. I do want to do an aside, though, and say, regardless, the organizational structure is emergent from this, and therefore they are also saying to change the organizational structure if there's this problem. Okay. Though, of course, the focus is on the, life activity of the party, and thereby everybody being educated and knowing what the correct stance is to take, so it doesn't matter who happens to be in a leadership position. Now, I question how possible that is, especially because anybody who's in leadership position is supposed to be able to see I don't want to fascize them. Anybody who's in a leadership position has access to more information and is expected to and whatnot know what's going on in these other places so that they can be a more effective manager, right? So they can say, okay, and act as the center and say, okay, go do this while this other thing goes and does that, and so that you don't like cross over each other's toes or anything like that, while maximizing the effectiveness of the operation. The rank and file isn't necessarily going to know everything that's going on there, and they can only rely on their management to tell them what to do in those circumstances, because every other organization is a black box to them, or it's their environment, and they can kind of look into their environment, but good luck making sense of it. It's only when they're looking down from above that they're able to really see what's going on in the ant farm, right? um, Insofar as that's an applicable term. So that's one of the reasons why you're relying on managers, because they're looking from this external thing, and they're looking at all the different things, and they're able to make sure that nobody's crossing wires or anything along those lines. Um, Now, of course, ideally, your organizational structure will be such that you don't have to rely on managers that much. In fact, it should be reduced as much as possible. But that's not always possible, especially when you're doing any sort of complex action, right? Now, daily activity probably isn't that complex, but still. Continue. All right, so discipline is fundamentally the channeling and utilization of membership in flux. The organizational structure must be used to harmonize the membership, so discipline. Through the organizational structure, harmonizing all membership and sharing their experiences, the party learns in an active manner. And again, we'll get to harmonization once we get to cybernetics. That's an entire thing all on its own. We're probably gonna read 200 pages on it or some crazy shit like that. Harmonization is the key action utilized by System 2, and it's the role of management, right? That's what it does. It harmonizes all the various System 1s, that is the various level 1 organizations, that's individual members, that's you know small cells, that is larger groups, all of that. That's what this thing does. Harmonization is like a key function of it. All right. Disciplinary sanctions thus only create separation and the end of harmonization. And we can essentially call this disciplinary sanctions the process of a few functionaries imposing sentences on a passive party. The party takes the membership take um, a back role, and the center goes in and it starts acting in the place of the rank and file, which of course means that they have to build all these organizations in order to support them to do this thing that they can't do. And this is where, as Trotsky discusses, bureaucracy really comes from as the root of the problem. Okay. Uh, so, in other words, disciplinary sanctions can only really be used sporadically and not generally. Rather, they are, oh, there's some weird shit that's going on right now. We're pulling out the ban hammer. Right. So, they should be for individual aberrant manifestations. That's a pretty good spooky. Anyway, I'm just adding this bit because everything else in this paragraph has already been stated, but party unity is evidenced by what it achieves and nothing else. So like somebody who says, hey, look, everybody's getting along by enslaving them all. That's not a positive everybody getting along. that's not getting along at all. It's a dominant relation, and that can function, but it's not, what we're after. Not really. You can utilize that when it's necessary, as they talk about, disciplinary action, but it should never be the rule or the ideal or anything like that. It is only, oh shit, we actually need to deal with this. So I'm sorry, but we're putting our foot down. Shut up, everybody. This thing is going. Bye. Right? And then you try and figure out how to stop it from happening again, right? By restructuring. I mean, really, this is saying don't do bureaucracy, but I want to reiterate, I'm not sure how this actually resolves bureaucracy, because in my view, they kind of just change the name. And to be clear, by making it so everybody is a lawyer, everybody is a public prosecutor, and then, they can just ignore these professors of constitutional law by saying, well, we're not going to carry out what you said because we don't believe that it fits within the program, then it kind of removes the problem. But, at the same time, well, no, that's fair. That's fair. This is part of into the division of labor. So let's just put in these terms. End of division of labor within party work, because that's really what this is saying, and this is fair. I do think that this is fair. I'm not sure how well it will work, but I think that it at least comes from a good purpose. With that said, let us get started with Chapter 5, Political Struggle Within the Party. The following quotes will demonstrate that within the correct Marxist vision of the left, the way the Communist Party acts, its internal dynamic is not that of political struggle, clashes between different positions, one of which has to prevail over the other and dictate its terms to the party. The prevalence of such a dynamic in the party indicates that it is no longer the homogeneous and unitary expression of a single class, but rather that of contrasting interests of a variety of classes. That's not necessarily the case, but okay. Which obviously express different political orientations. Internal political struggles shaped the dynamics of the parties of the Second International precisely because within them a proletarian revolutionary tendency coexisted with a reformist and gradualist petite bourgeois wing. And when the dynamic of political struggle became dominant in the Third International, this meant its gradual conquest by the counter-revolutionary tendency. The left did not conduct any internal political struggles in the Third International. On the contrary, in 1923 it voluntarily allowed itself to be replaced in the direction of the Italian party by the centrists, limiting itself to explaining what the errors and weaknesses of the International Party on various important parties' problems were, and the dangers to which it was exposing itself. It continually called for a rational and objective study of the part of the whole international to find the best solutions to the problem of the center, and the Tesi di Roma, the Rome Theses of 1922, not only respect absolute centralized executive discipline to Moscow center, are not intended to be opposed to the positions of the center. Rather, they are a contribution of the Italian section towards a rational solution of tactical questions in line with the common principles. Only after 1923 did the left, by identifying the dangers of falling back into opportunism that the International was evidencing ever more evidently, found the possibility that if Moscow's line weren't reversed, an international faction of the left would need to be constituted to defend the International from the resurrected opportunist wing. Only in 1926 at the Lion Congress did the left present a body of theses completely opposed to that of the Italian center, identifying in the latter an amalgamation of elements that had never been grounded in revolutionary Marxism, and counterposing its tradition as the only one adherent to communism and Marxism. For the left, although the Communist Party constitutes itself on the basis of its sole doctrine, of a single program, a principle is clearly enunciated in forming the basis of the individual's adherence to the party. And although it is on this homogeneous base the grand scheme of tactics becomes rationally defined, nevertheless, the party never ceases to confront the hard and complex questions which it must resolve every day of its life. But the homogeneity of the foundation on which the party rests enables it to find solutions to these problems through a method of work and research that is common to all of the party, a constant clarification of the cardinal points where all militants declare that they have accepted and from which the solution to any problem must never diverge. The fact that at certain times a variety of answers can present themselves to the same questions, with militants taking up different positions in search for solutions, cannot induce us to forget the shared heritage on which the party rests, and to which any and all answers must be bound. Thus, the solution to a problem that within the center of the party decides to apply should not come about as the expression of balances of power between different groups within the party and of its prevalence of one over the other, but due to its compliance with the line laid down by doctrine, by the program, by the tactics of the party. And its loyalty to the common tradition must be demanded for any formulation of any problem. The solution to the issues that assail the party thus becomes delegated to collective work carried out on a united foundation that everybody accepts and is thus susceptible to objective and rational study. The everybody who are accepting are the people who are not kicked out of the party for not accepting the cardinal points. So that's not a proper defense. Okay. Towards the center, there must be a total obedience and executive discipline, not insofar as it is the expression of a majority of individual viewpoints, but insofar as it proves to be along the lines of this continuity. So again, right? They talk a lot about democracy and how it's bad, and they waffle on defining democracy. Sometimes it's consulting the masses, sometimes it's electoralism. These aren't the same thing, right? At all. They can be, but they aren't the same thing. Consulting the masses might just be going out with a sorry, I say masses. Consulting the party members might be just going out with a list of questions on a questionnaire, right? That would be an example of a of consulting the party rank and file. Now, is this democracy? I would argue, yeah, so long as it's binding in some way, so long as the decisions are made out of that, wherein it's like, okay, what do we want to do? And then you're fine, and you're fine, and you're fine until you come to a singular decision, that would be democratic in my view. But, I would be kicked out of the party because I would not accept that vision. But Marx specifically says democracy. He specifically notates the necessity of it. In earlier sections of this, they said that Marx called the Paris Commune a dictatorship of the proletariat precisely because it wasn't a democracy. That is literally the exact opposite of what Marx said. I have the details. I can prove it if somebody asked me to. I could go through the Civil War in France and point out exactly where he talked about it. He describes it as the most democratic in history. So they can't say this. They can't go and say, "Oh, we've got the correct doctrine. We've got all this right stuff," and then say, "Oh, well, since everybody agrees with it, then it's all good." But they're kicking out everybody who disagrees with it. And then I'm saying here, I'm like, "No, you guys are full of shit," and I can point to it right here in Marx. But it goes against their cardinal principles. Do I get to speak? I don't think so. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna add this for the time being. All right. So towards the center, there must be a total obedience and executive discipline, not insofar as is the expression of a majority of individual viewpoints, but insofar as it proves to be along the lines of this continuity. The occurrence of dissent on a determined tactical question or practical work, while it does commit all, so basically they're saying, hey, we don't want somebody elected to positions. Rather, they need to prove that they are able to continually submit to the decisions of the center, and when they're in the center, they continually submit to the decisions of the that the pro that are historically correct, right? That the program is in line with, right? You're kicked out if you decide to say no. We're going to do something a bit different here. The occurrence of dissent on a determined tactical question or practical work, while it does commit all the members of the organization to keep loyally carrying out the central orders, does not sanction anyone to say that the party is divided into currents and fractions that fight between themselves. Insofar as the two positions of the problem, that is the object of dissent, are the fruit of the same method of work, in accordance with the common party tradition. Thus, the errors that may occur in resolving a problem do not authorize anyone to argue that they are due to the presence in the party of a general tactical divergence from the norm, or to accuse groups of people or to accuse people or groups of having committed them because they are dissenters from the general party line. Okay. All right. So they're saying that, sometimes people reading from the same common party tradition might come to different conclusions or something, right? And does not sanction anyone to say the parties divided into currents and fractions that fight between themselves. That's the errors that may occur in resolving a problem do not authorize anyone to argue that they are due to the presence of the party. Okay, so basically, just because they have different tactical conclusions or dissent on a particular question or practical work, right? They say that this is stupid, that this particular tactic or particular practical work does not mean that they're doing a factionalism. They're not doing a particular fraction. Okay. The left did not conclude from the fact that the leadership in Moscow applied the tactic of the United Political Front or that of the workers' government that there is a wing of the party that diverged from the general line or had views on the key issues that differed from ours. And when these tactics proved to be wrong in practice, we did not ask for any heads to roll, nor for the leaders of the parties or the international to be changed. The left always set out, when disagreeing with the international solutions to various problems, from the idealist and metaphysical conceptions that both we and the supporters of the United Front policy and of the workers' government were in principle comrades, who accepted a common foundation and who claimed that the solution was to be found in the clarification and explanation of this foundation. To deny this notion that in the Communist Party we are all principal comrades even when some are wrong and lead the whole party astray means, therefore, denying the whole tradition of the struggle of the left in the international. It means no longer finding answers to the following questions. 1. Why didn't the left ever ask for a replacement of Moscow Center, supporter of the United Front policy, with another center that supported the correct positions? 2. Why did the left spontaneously surrender into the hands of supporters of the United Front and Workers' Government, the leadership of the Italian Party, although it was completely on the left's positions? And 3. Why didn't it accuse Zinoviev or even Lenin himself of being an undercover agent in the party? It is known that the left asked for none of this, but requested instead the correct tactical positions, binding for all, be sought in the collective work of clarification and definition of common heritage of us all. In the putting on trial of the men who had made mistakes, in the personification of errors, in the critiques and self-critiques, the left saw a departure from this healthy dynamic and, consequently, the risk of a relapse into opportunism. Okay, so I'm just going to cut in here. This is profoundly stupid. This entire mindset here of, oh, we'll just go along and then do a call for correct thought. That's not how it works. Especially if you think that there's an opportunist thread that's going around with careerism and whatnot. It doesn't matter if somebody's like it's bad faith. It doesn't matter how good faith you are. They're not going to engage you in good faith. In addition, um, let's see. If they wanted their position to be victorious because they thought that their position was right, then they would need to fight for it. It's that simple. Um, there's no basis for their position if they're not willing to politic for it. And make no mistake, this is a political battlefield, and Lenin knew it to be such. He engaged in political fight all the time. Um, I don't understand their thought process here. Um, it's just, if anything's bourgeois moralism here, it would be this sort of stuff. You fight using the tools that you have. They're the most effective. And so on and so forth. You don't get to complain about the results if you don't. Continuing. Having to deal with people who love to forget too easily, we are forced to give a practical example. In our small party, a dispute over the union issue has led to a confrontation in which a group of comrades has been defined as suffering from activism and voluntarism, and consequently all efforts to resolve the issue, so to speak, were directed towards depriving this section of its duties and responsibilities and repassing them to the healthy part. From a possible tactical error such as the defense of the CGIL, what's this? Communist group of Italian General Confederation of Labor. Okay. The inference is drawn that we were in the presence of an anarcho-syndicalist current within the party, and it was necessary not only to correct the error, but to also unmask this current of which the error was but a reflection. From 1922 to 26, the leadership of the Communist International ruined a party of millions of people and, objectively, sabotaged the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat throughout Europe and then in the world. But never by pen or by mouth did the left ever state over those 4 years, or even afterwards, that the International was led by anti-Marxists and opportunists, that it was necessary to take the leadership of the organization from those who were guilty of fatal errors. But if they were put into position by a system of fatal errors, then one would imagine that they themselves were products of those fatal errors and probably need to be removed. Or at least have their position questioned and stuff like that. Anyway, neither in any of the writings or speeches of the left will any statement be found that we were fighting against the executive in Moscow, from whose tactical errors it had to be inferred that it was an opportunistic current infiltrating into the party. We said nothing, even in 1926 when all was lost. We did not personify Zinoviev's or Kamenev's or Trotsky's errors by sticking labels on them that were only useful to those outside the party. Not out of any foolish respect for personal dignity, but because we believed and still believed that these errors were not determined by men. This is a position completely opposed to the one who says, quote, we fight against wrong positions, but when they become radicalized, we also fight the men who are the carriers of these positions. I'm not too clear what this is saying, but okay. Which is wrong both counts, because our work in the International was never a political fight, but it was about making a contribution and providing clarification. This is being a scholar. They're describing being a scholar. This stuff doesn't work once you move out of a university. And even within a university, there's tons of politics that goes on. It's not going to do anything. I mean, just look at what Lenin was doing. Was Lenin playing with oh yes, we can't talk about individuals and we can't call them opportunists. Was Lenin doing this when he was going after Bogdanov and the rest of the tailists and Marxists within the party? No. He went like a fucking bulldog and he attacked them viciously. He was a politician doing clever political maneuvers and thrashing the people who he disagreed with one-liner bangers that just completely bowled over everybody. And that shit works. You know, this we're gonna stand off and plead that people figure out the correct action and the system that is clearly faltering and falling to the wayside. We either break with it, which we really don't want to do, or we just ask them nicely. That doesn't work. Anybody should, it's especially a freaking communist fault, people should know that doesn't work. No. No. All right. We never fought a political battle either against the wrong positions or the spokesmen of these positions. We demonstrated that the positions were wrong and tried to set up a collective and personal endeavor to find, on the basis of mutual trust and violent free bargaining, diplomacy, conflicts, pressure, the right position in light of our principles. And that's why you're going to lose. Great job, guys. I'm sorry that that's just how that works, especially in any sort of revolutionary moment. Especially any sort of revolutionary moment. Either the premise of our work was that both Amadeo Bordiga and Zinoviev, quote, were first and foremost comrades, even when they came up with two opposing or divergent solutions to the same problem, and therefore it was not a matter of condemning Zinoviev's solution, but seeking a valid solution for the entire communist movement, for the entire history of the left can be chucked in the bin. All right. Did we actually get anything from that section? I don't think we got anything from that section because this doesn't work. Like, I understand the drive to do a what section is this? This is political struggle within the party. I mean, okay, no, we did get this first section up here, but all this down here is just no. That's not how that works. All right. Let's do the quotations real quick. Okay, so 108, the policy of the international, 1925. But then you'll say, are you asking in principle that the next Communist Congress there be struggle and open and violent dissent without the possibility of a common solution? We'll respond immediately that if unanimity is reached by the study and advanced consideration of the problems, this would be ideal. But artificial unanimity is far more harmful than open dissent during congressional consultations, provided that executive discipline is always assured. Okay, again, this assumes good faith on all sides at all times. You cannot assume good faith at all times. There are times that unanimity is bad, ununanimity is bad faith. It is artificial unanimity, ununanimity, as they call it, right? You know, but on the other side, rather than a struggle and open and violent dissent, somebody could be going in, let's use their language. The Stalinists might be going in and utilizing their terrible tools of criticism and self-criticism to wherein it doesn't matter how well reasoned your arguments are and whatnot. They are fundamentally bad faith from the get-go, and they are there to take your ball and go home without you while they've dropped you in the dirt because they've established power relations. You can't engage in, any sort of, we're just going to not call you a bunch of opportunists. You can't do that. You gotta be Lenin, who's looking at Kautsky, and you're just like, look at this fucking revisionist. Look at this fucking piece of shit here. Look at how stupid he is. Look at all these arguments that he's making. Here's the reality of the situation. But look at how stupid he is. Everybody, you need to stop supporting Kautsky right now. Come over to my end of things. It's not enough to sit on the sidelines and say, oh, yes, Kautsky is nice. Also, Lynn's nice. But here's the correct one. Thank you. No. You take a side and you politic. And that's the action that you need to be taking. All right. Communist Organization Discipline, 1924. But to be sure that it's actually advancing in the best way possible in the desired direction, and to adapt such a goal to our activity as communists, we must combine our faith in the revolutionary nature and capacity of our glorious world organization with an ongoing work based on control and rational evaluation of what goes on within our ranks and of the party policy. 110. Draft Theses presented by the left at the Third Congress of the Communist Party of Italy, Line Theses 1926. Basically, what we are rejecting is that the party's difficult work of collectively defining its tactical norms should be stifled by demands for unconditional obedience to one man, one committee, or one particular party of the International, and its traditional apparatus of leadership. Part 2, Section 5. One negative effect of so-called Bolshevization has been the replacing of conscious and thoroughgoing political elaboration within the party, corresponding to significant progress towards a really compact centralism, with superficial and noisy agitation for mechanical formulas of unity for unity's sake, and discipline for discipline's sake. Part 3, Section 10. The campaign, which culminated in the preparations for our Third Congress, was deliberately launched after the Fifth World Congress, not as a work of propaganda and elaboration of the directives of the International throughout the party, with the aim of creating a really collective and advanced consciousness, but with an agitation aiming to get comrades to renounce their adherence to the opinions of the left as quickly as possible and with minimum effort. No thought was given to whether or this would be useful or damaging to the party with regards to its effectiveness towards the external enemy. The only objective was to attain this internal objective by any means. 111. Speech at the left's representative at the 6th Enlarged Executive Committee of the Communist International, 1926. The issue must therefore be approached in a different way. Even if the current situation and economic prospects do not favor us, or at least are relatively unfavorable, we must not resign ourselves to accepting opportunist deviations and justifying them under the pretext that their causes are to be found in the objective situation. And if, despite everything, an internal crisis takes place, its causes and the means to heal it must be sought elsewhere, for example, in the party's activity and the political line, which today is not what it should be. So essentially they're saying that, oh yeah, there's all these opportunists and positions of power. We're not actually going to attack them, but we're going to say what the correct line should be and hope that the party's daily activity will take care of these guys because people are agreeing with what we had to say. What? Oh gosh. Okay, 112. Politique d'abord. 1952. Polemics about persons and between persons, and the use of abuse of personal names must be replaced by the checking and verification of the statements on which the movement, during successive difficult attempts at reorganization, has based its work and its struggle. All right, we'll take this, but again, Lenin is laughing right now. Polemics about persons and between persons. Listen, I'm all for trying to tamp down on, people going in and being like, he's a Hitlerite or something along those lines. These guys clearly are not shy about doing this, but but that's not really how politicking works. they want they really fundamentally want an organization of you know people in universities. That's really what they want. Who are polite and don't want to name names and so on and so forth. Anyway, 113. Racial pressure of the peasantry, class pressure of the colored peoples, 1953. We must make this fundamental concept of the left clear. The substantial and organic unity of the party, diametrically opposed to the formal and hierarchical unity of the Stalinists, is to be seen as required for doctrine, program, and the so-called tactics. If by tactics we mean the instruments for action, the latter can only be defined by the same research which, based on the data of the past history, led us to establish our final and integral programmatic aims. 114. Theses on the historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party. Theses of Naples, 1965. Part 5. Having adopted the old watchword on the thread of time, our movement devoted itself to setting for the eyes and minds of the proletariat the meaning of the historical outcomes which marked the course of the painful retreat. It was not a matter of restricting our function to cultural diffusion or propagandizing petty doctrines, but of demonstrating that theory and action are dialectically inseparable fields, and that teachings are not book learned or academic, but are derived from, we want to avoid the word experiences, today fallen prey to Philistines. I have no idea what that's referencing, but this is from 1965, so unsurprising. The dynamic result of confrontations between real forces of considerable size and range, including those cases in which the final result was the defeat of the revolutionary forces. According to the old classical Marxist criteria, we call these lessons of counter-revolutions. 7. Since it was a case of transition, a handover from a generation which had lived through the glory struggles of the first post-war period and Livorno split, the proletarian generation which had to be freed from the mad elation which followed the collapse of fascism, and to have its consciousness restored in the autonomous action of the Revolutionary Party against all other parties, especially against the Social Democratic Party. Since this transition had to take place in order to reconstitute a force which was committed to the prospect of the proletarian dictatorship and terror against the big bourgeoisie and all of its obnoxious consequences, the new movement, in an organic and spontaneous way, came up with a structural form for its activity which had been subjected to a 15-year-long test. I wonder if their calls for anti-fascism, were helpful in their quest for this. Somehow I think they were not. 8. The working structure of the new movement, convinced of the importance, difficulty, and historical duration of its task, which was bound to discourage dubious elements motivated by career considerations because it held no promise, indeed ruled out any historical victories in the near future, was based on frequent meetings of envoys sent out from the organized party sections. Here, no debates or polemics between conflicting theses took place. Again, we've read this. This is them crowing and bragging about how they got a party organization that, it's a bunch of academics. They don't do any polemics. They don't do any debate or theory or anything like that. They don't vote on anything or make any deliberations. In other words, they come to no conclusions. They make no decisions about what actions to take. There's just simply the organic continuation of the serious historical work of handing on the fertile lessons of the past to the present and future generations, to the new vanguards emerging from This is academic work. They're teaching each other. That's literally all it is. And then they go in and they say, oh yeah, this is gonna increase our numbers massively, guys. Totally. Spoiler alert, it does not. In a couple years, there's a complete break in the party, and the vast majority leave this line of things, and then they cry about it, and then call them, a bunch of how dare they leave without telling us. Okay, supplementary thesis on the historical task, the action structure of the World Communist Party, Theses in Milan, 1966. Part 2. The existing small movement perfectly realizes that the dreary historical phase it has traversed makes it very difficult at such a great historical distance to utilize the experiences of the great struggles of the past, not just of the resounding victories, but also of those arising from bloody defeats and glorious retreats. The forging of the revolutionary program, shaped by the correct and undeformed outlook of our current, isn't confined to doctrinal rigor and deep historical criticisms. It also needs, as its vital lifeblood, to connect with the rebellious masses at those times when, pushed to the limit, they are forced to fight. Such a dialectical connection is particularly unlikely today, with the thrusts of masses dampened and assuaged, due both to the flaccidity of senile capitalism's crisis and the increasing ignominy of the opportunist currents. Even admitting the party's restricted dimensions, we must realize that we are preparing the true party, sound and efficient at the same time, during the historical period in which the infamies of the contemporary social fabric will compel the insurgent masses to return to the vanguard of history, a resurgence which could once again fail if there were no party. Party not plethoric, but compact and powerful, and the indispensable organ of revolution. The sometimes painful contradiction of this period will be overcome by drawing the dialectical lesson that comes from the bitter disappointments of past times, and the courageously making known those dangers which the left gave timely warnings of and denounced, along with the insidious forms that the ominous opportunist infection periodically assumes. Okay. Basically, they're saying we can't reach the masses right now because we're weak and the conditions aren't great, but we're going to make our party, and it's going to be strong and powerful, and it's going to be capable of being picked up when conditions become right again. And that's all they're saying. And they'll be strong by having the correct line. All right. 116. Forward to draft theses presented by the left at the Third Congress of the Communist Party of Italy at Line Theses 1970. A curious seduction. In the eyes of the International, whose Congress had eventually ended up as shabby trials, where parties, groups, and individuals could be called to account for the tragic setbacks in Europe and the world, which all came to be explained as the product of unfavorable circumstances and adverse situations. In fact, it wasn't trials which were needed, but a radical critical revision based on impersonal facts which aimed to uncover the infinitely complex play of cause and effect between objective and subjective factors, and which showed that although the influence of the party on those objective facts, considered for a moment in themselves independently of our collective action, was limited, it was still in our power to safeguard, even at the price of unpopularity and lack of immediate success, the sole conditions under which the subjective factors would be enabled to influence history and stimulate it to bear fruit. I don't think that any of what was done here supported that, and I think history plays that out. Um, I'm pretty profoundly confused on what they mean here. You know, they're essentially saying, yeah, we had the unpopular position, we didn't get many people, but we had the correct one. And our goal with the correct one was to be able to influence history and stimulate it to bear fruit. They essentially want to take their very few people and make it so there are conditions that more people would be radicalized and join the party, but not through changing their internal party, you know. Um, I mean, I guess I can understand. I'll copy this down, but this is. I think that you need both. You know, if your party is profoundly unpopular, then it probably means that there's some sort of problem. Okay, the party would, and that problem is probably that you are coming to no decisions and no deliberations, and you're not actually doing anything other than being a bunch of people in your fucking armchairs. I'm just gonna put that out there. That's that's really what I'm going to make my guess. And then going in calling everybody who does do those things activists or whatever. The party would be nothing if it weren't objectively and subjectively, both for its militants and undifferentiated working class, the uninterrupted conducting thread which remains intact through the influx and reflux of varying circumstances, or even if broken, which remains unaltered. The struggle to keep the thread from breaking, the struggle to keep it intact during the long years of victorious Stalinism, and the struggle to preserve and reconstruct the world party of the proletariat around it, therein lies the meaning of our battle. So, yeah, these guys are kind of similar to the people that Lenin fought within his own party at a time. These were the people that he attacked in politically in his book Imperial Criticism, Materialism and Imperial Criticism, which is fundamentally an assault on Alexander Bogdanov and a variety of others who within the Bolshevik Party essentially did not want to take the party and convert it from its theory focused organization into a military focused revolutionary party organization, right? Essentially, he utilized many different methodologies, but really they were political maneuvering to attack his compatriots to get them out of position so that he could come in and convert the party into a military organization. He said, this is the time. We're working towards it. Here's what is to be done, and so on and so forth. You know, it was a vicious attack, to be perfectly clear. And, you know, to some degree, it was completely warranted. The Bolsheviks continued to tail the masses, even under Lenin, just due to its structure, right? When the October Revolution was really getting underway, the party was advising the masses to slow down. It was Lenin going to the sailors directly in his April theses, you know, and talking to them that actually started the whole thing in a very actual militant way. Before it had all the boiling up and the conditions which would allow it to occur. And it was happening in small areas. But really, it was him going out there that got everybody saying, let's get in with the Bolsheviks. Let's join in with their struggle because they've got the right of it. It was him going out to them against his own party that did that. And this is a party that he had worked very hard within to deal with in a political maneuver the various people that were creating these sorts of conditions where he had to go against the party as an individual. Now, I'm going to summarize these next time.